Next is Ken Piper.
Nope, put it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is an area that I have very little expertise on, but there were just a couple of publications that I'd like to share with you. One was a 2015 publication put out by the US EPA entitled The Connectivity of Streams and Wetlands to Downstream Waters. That study, and that was actually a review of 1,300 studies. And then it was most recently updated in January 1st of 2019. And it primarily addresses how wetlands help to filter the water and how that water ends up working its way down to the coast. And I know that in our zoning code or land use code that we require that no more water leave the development than after development than left it before. But I think we ignore a whole lot of other things. I mean, I recall a development not too long ago where there were 70 acres of wetlands, and we permitted the developer to destroy 20 of those acres, although he supposedly had to replace them. And I came from a state where they acknowledged that replacing wetlands was not a good way to mitigate wetlands replacement. So I think as we approve each and every one of these developments, there's a real important area that we ignore, and that is wetlands and what we do when we destroy them. We're not just destroying the wetland itself, we're destroying what goes on underneath it. We destroy what goes into other waters. We destroy what happens to those waters before they get to rivers like the Manatee River. Now, the presentation indicated we were only amending 4.4.4, but I saw 4.1.2.1, and that requires the partial preservation of native upland vegetative communities. And I'm glad the board's addressing the coastal waters, but I sure wish there was some way that we could address more than just partial preservation. I think at this time we are developed enough that we need to require entire preservation of upland vegetation. And 4.1.2.2, thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Piper, thank you. Next is Ed Vogler and then Carol Clark.
Hi there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ed Vogler. Thank you for the opportunity to present on this today. This is something that's been of interest to me personally, but also several of our clients, including Neal Communities and other developers that are active in this area. But it's also comments that I've reflected on that relate to people and families that privately own waterfront properties in our coastal county. And they're not here because they don't know necessarily that the implementation of a comprehensive plan amendment has the effect of regulating private property, not public property, but private property. And sometimes I listen to the folks that come down and speak to you about development projects, and they tell you that you ought to require this, and you ought to require that, and you ought to make sure they can't do that, and so forth. But the context of all of that is that this is private property that is being regulated here. And so when this whole set of coastal changes started to come forward, we've been commenting on them for an extended period of time. And I think it's the right decision to limit the amendment to that which is required to support your comprehensive plan status. And it's a very narrow amendment. And it's been changed over time as we've gone through this process. And now you have strategies in the plan that are being presented to you. And what's changed significantly between earlier considerations of this is a very important point that I want to leave you with. And that is this. In some earlier considerations, the county had outside consultant and some recommendations that said we can kick this to land development regulations and not have it included in the comprehensive plan. And I believe the county's consultant testified at one of the Planning Commission meetings that the Department of Economic Opportunity found that to be satisfactory, not included in the plan, but kick it, to LDRs. And so I just wanted to share this with you because this is provided by the Department of Economic Opportunity, and they tell you and all of us that these strategies, these engineering solutions, these opportunities for private property have to be included in the plan. And that's what we're doing now. And so I don't have an objection anymore. I've had an objection because the point was it was never included in the plan. The strategies, the opportunities, the ability to manage your own private property consistent with the comprehensive plan was not in the plan. And now it is. And now you should transmit it. And then we should see how it goes, and we'll continue to watch it and make additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carol Clark, and then someone this council is very familiar with, Priscilla Trace.
Good afternoon. I'm Carol Clark with the Medallion Home, and I got to say, Ed really times that 3 minutes very well. I want to say we're in favor of transmitting this now. There have been significant changes, and in discussion with county staff, the goal is to, after this is adopted, peril of flood, to then go back and look at everything in the coastal management element and the land development code regarding coastal issues. And I pulled up an email that I sent probably last December regarding assisted living facilities, saying assisted living facilities are not acute care facilities, but they're still called that in our land development code. So we want to work and make those changes and look at it holistically. It is incredibly complicated, and I give all the credit to staff to be able to go through that and deal with it. But I think what you've got proposed is good. There's been an addition about timing of a letter of map revision or a letter of map amendment. So we'll take a look at that to make sure that works out logistically, but we urge you to transmit it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Priscilla Trace, and then Betsy Benak.
As y'all know, it takes something very serious to my heart to get me to come all the way from God's country downtown.
State your name, please, for the
Priscilla
record.
Trace. In that nice little program and amendments that y'all had that I hope to never read again, it's buried something that made me very concerned. Fill dirt. On topic, doesn't sound like a whole heck of a lot. But we sat in here a few years ago, and they wanted to basically get their houses above floodplain. And to do that on a coastal area, if you put fill dirt in, you have to go about 13 to 15 feet. That's about from the bottom to the top of the ceiling. Now, that's kind of being changed because that is used everywhere else in the county. That has me greatly concerned. It's only one thing in my life my family has always done, and that's land use. You respect the land. You put a ton of fill on the land, you have changed the land. You've changed the land around it. You've changed the water. You've changed all patterns whatsoever on a coastal area. The only way you're going to keep pots 10 to 13 feet of fill on a piece of property, you're going to have to build a stem wall. Well, on a stem wall on a piece of property on the coastal, that's a seawall. We had a song when I was a kid in church. Foolish man builds his house on the sand. You put 13 foot of fill dirt, unless you're getting it from someplace, New Hampshire or something, you're building your house on sand. That is not a smart idea. That is the poorest use of land use I've ever seen. You need to know where the water's going. You always have to prepare for the water. You build wrong, you're going to pay for it. Man's talked about the building coming down in Fort Lauderdale. If you don't build it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen, probably in my lifetime. But there will be a consequence for changing that much of the coastline and giving people permission. I 100% believe in property rights. Right now, you can build yourself up with hardening your structure and building it up and actually just having your living space, but where the water can still go under. You're not stopping anyone, but you need to really, really look in that little bit, in that 150, how many pages, Nicole? However bit that was, and look at that fill dirt issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy Benek, and you'll have 10 minutes.
You ain't getting 10 minutes when you come back.
Hi there, Betsy Benak, informed county citizen, and I'm thankful to be here today. I really didn't think until yesterday that I would be. I had not read this language, but I have to say I agree with Mr. Vogler. You should limit this comp plan amendment. Staff has done a great job of trying to write a comp plan amendment that complies with the statutory requirements. Been through a lot of hearings, have limited that greatly. But what you're doing is granting 2 exceptions to language that is in the existing comp plan to increase the peril of flood, to increase it. You really are going to now back away from policies that are in the comp plan. For example, your new policy, 4.4.4.1. You're going to provide incentives to remove repetitive loss property and other real property from projected 2040 sea level rise. You're going to, in fact, allow that area now to be filled where it's not allowed. Do you know the Land Development Code written in 1989, which Carol Clark knows very well, prohibited the use of fill for structural support in the coastal area? Why are we going backwards? What is the purpose of that? Why are we sneaking these new policies into this proposed amendment to try to bring it into compliance with, the Regional Planning Council did a study. Commissioner Baugh knows it very well. She served on the Regional Planning Commission. I can remember the excitement in this room when I sat up there and the folks came from the Regional Planning Council. Manatee County was selected to participate in a study to see how we could, in fact, improve things in this community to reduce the peril of flood and impacts the coastal area. It was a great thing for Manatee County to be included in that. And I can quote right from the language that isn't attached to your comp plan amendment. One of the policies that they cited in your comp plan, policy 4.4.2.4, prohibit the construction of new seawalls and the repair and reconstruction of existing seawalls, except as permitted by applicable federal and state regulations. Do you really think seawalls, hardening the coastline, is the way to go? Is that something new? I don't know. I read a lot of history books in Florida. Pretty sure we're not going to ever think about the success of filling the Everglades. Yeah, that's what some politician wanted to do. Read The Coast. It's a great book. You can read the history of what has happened in Florida. But you, sitting here as the Board of County Commissioners in 2021, want to go back to those policies where you allow the filling of the coast, construction of seawalls, prohibited in today's comp plan. But boy, we snuck that language in here to make it sound like, we've got to harden. We will have to harden. But you're talking about existing development, harden it. You're not talking about new coastal. How do you protect the coast if you harden it? How do you protect those coastal elements? That, all of the language that is in the backup, in the technical support document, that's in your comprehensive plan, specifically is in your coastal element, your conservation element in your comprehensive plan, is to protect the coastal resources, not to fill them in so that new development can come forward. I also support property rights. I can tell you, I know more about the property rights of most properties in Manatee County because I worked in this area for over 30 years in this county. I know what the property rights have been. I have been up here on behalf of property owners, developers, protecting their property rights. This is not about taking away someone's existing property rights. We know in the state, you're not allowed to do that, right? You really can't reduce somebody's investment-backed expectations that they have in the comprehensive plan. That won't be what you're doing if you wipe out these policies that were added. You're going to keep from destroying what the people of Manatee County have in a coastal habitat. The first gentleman that spoke did a very good job of explaining. You know, yeah, in Florida, it was developed at a time where, yeah, the way was cut, dredge, fill, seawall. It creates some great opportunities for waterfront property. We have to live with that. We've got to live with that. There might be places that have to be hardened because, you know, we were built along a coast. And, you know, we're trying to protect people. I agree with that 100%. But you're going beyond that with this language. That language that came from the Department of Economic Opportunity, it doesn't say anywhere in there to now increase the number of seawalls in Manatee County, to now allow fill to be structural support in the coastal area. But the language that you have in your proposed policies, 4.4.4.2 and 4.4.4.3, go way beyond what is required in the peril of flood requirements. You're relaxing the regulations to allow more development in the coastal area at the cost of the residents of Manatee County. You know, I know people have, you know, the right to come here and negotiate with you, and I think that's a great thing. And I know we're only at transmittal, but I hope people wake up and see what's happening. It's tough. I get it. This stuff is complex. You know, not everybody has been a land planner for over 30 years in Manatee County. I get that, you know, and I try to help people to understand what's going on. But I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was so important. I really wouldn't. I think you guys, I know you have a tough job. I don't envy you a lot of what you're going through in all this social media, but you got to step back and do what's right for the citizens of this community. Not always listen to somebody who's got property that this will benefit. They got a lot of property rights already, guys. Let's face it. Go as high as you want, in my opinion, personal opinion. I don't care about height. I think you should have a beautiful view of the land if you own waterfront property. But don't allow them to fill it and create a seawall on some of the most pristine waterfront property we have. That's what you'll do. Put it in the comp plan. I always told my clients, you got to be consistent with the comp plan first. Then you move forward. Get a rezone. Yeah, that's how it works. You guys know that. You've done enough of these meetings to know that's how it works. That's what you're doing here. You're creating a comp plan that not only says you can do it, but almost encourages it. Why? Why? So I won't take my whole 10 minutes, but if you have any questions, I will answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benak. Good seeing you again. I don't think I have any others here on this item. Not that I'm seeing. No. That is the last one. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come forward? Please do so. Scott, I don't know who you are, so please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudisill with Blaylock Walters. I hadn't intended to speak today. I didn't think that this was going to be a controversial item, but I also have a few clients who have been monitoring this and are interested in it. So I I just want to make sure that everybody understands what the statutory legislation that is being implemented today actually provides. And so I want to read a little bit of that, because I do agree with some of the things that have been said by the folks who have spoken. This is somewhat of a departure from prior policy, but this is a state policy, and it relates to insurance rates and subsidizing insurance in these coastal flooding areas. So I want to read from the statute, and this is language related to the coastal management component and what is required to be in it. And it says the coastal management component must encourage the use of best practices, development and redevelopment principles, strategies, and engineering solutions that will result in the removal of coastal real property from flood zone designations established by FEMA. So we aren't talking about elevating houses. We're talking about actually removing that property from the FEMA flood zones. And the only way to do that is to elevate the property. So that is clearly the legislative direction that has come down. We'll obviously have the opportunity to debate this language between now and when this is ultimately adopted, but I would support moving forward with the transmittal. Thank you.
Anyone else want to come forward? State your name. You'll have 3 minutes, please.
And I have a letter for 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Oh, I'll have to see the letter. I don't have it.
Or whatever the document is. Okay. I'm sorry, hold on one moment. Be prepared here. First off, I'd really like to thank Ms. Bennett and Ms. Trace.
Hold up
I'm
one
sorry,
second,
Carol
please.
Phelps.
No, just.
Carol.
What did I do now?
1 second.
You have to hold up. You don't have the floor yet.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. You'll have 10 minutes this
Thank you.
time. Thank you.
First off, I'd like to thank Ms. Trace and Ms. Bennick for coming up here and speaking for us and with us. We must face the fact that the era of growth has passed, and we must exercise common sense and responsibility to now make managing that growth a priority in this state and county. We have designed a system of process and procedures geared toward growth that must be reviewed and adapted for many reasons. One, we cannot tout ourselves as a red county when practicing such hypocrisy to claim we want to make America great and self-sustaining while destroying our own food and water resources that increases our dependency on foreign products. Two, we cannot tout ourselves as a red county that wants less government control, yet be the highest employer in the county, mainly due to that era of growth at such a pace we cannot sustain. Three, between an increase in political awareness due to the tumultuous events in the last few years, not just nationally, but in our local government, and the advances in technology, there is a much greater ability for the public to be able to scrutinize the process and be more involved and informed in the issues that affect our daily lives. And four, that awareness and scrutiny has revealed to the public that the process and procedures developed to enable growth, and only growth, at the pace of which we have done so, has contributed to a level of distrust in our local government and some very poor decisions, as well as
Carol,
blatant...
I hate to interrupt you right now, but I need to. Are you here on item 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this says item 2. That's why we're questioning it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It is 3?
I think you understand my point.
No, that's why I'm asking you.
Well, then we'll keep going until we
As
do.
long as it's on item 3, you can.
To conduct a land use meeting without acknowledging the fact that your building development department, and yes, it is that department regardless of semantics and reorganization efforts, is under investigation and intense scrutiny, is an absolute insult to the public, and with all due respect and apology for any offense, as representatives of the people, you all should have some shame and contrition for expecting us to come before you today without the board acknowledging that fact. The evidence submitted by the public in this issue cannot be ignored. We have other priorities at this time with the deadline for redistricting. We have other issues bearing today that this is an attack on both sides of our county, from the shorelines to the rural lands. The citizens have made their stance clear, and to ignore the overwhelming opposition is tantamount to tyranny and treason. Those of us who have lived in this county and have been in this state for more years than most on our board, or even longer than some of you have even been of voting age, may be a minority and an endangered species. But we have been silenced and oppressed by the insurgence of those who have little grasp of the challenges of sustaining growth in this paradise we have been blessed with for too long. I will not apologize for my family history, culture, and innate knowledge of this state that drives my passion to protect it. Nor will I accept any diminishment of my efforts to do so in whatever way I can, whether that is appearing before you to beg for mercy upon our environment, or running for office to hope to make the changes that we need to guide our county into a more productive era of managed growth and protection of our natural resources. Commissioners, please make decisions that reflect a new era in Manatee County for managed growth and address the corruption that has developed due to an era of mismanagement and measures that are contradictory and hypocritical to your so-called political platforms of making America great again. And I'm done.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public want to come forward on item 3? Any phone calls, ma'am?
Caller 119, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Shane Weedle, Manatee County resident speaking. I'll be very brief. I just want to echo the comments of former Commissioners Benak and Trace, and my concern for the policies which may in fact increase the peril of flood rather than decrease it. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller?
Caller 683, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, gang. This is Matt Bauer here, Manatee County resident. I'm actually late to the game here as I had clients, so apologize if I'm repeating anything. My main concern is what I don't see on the agenda and for anybody else to review is what the consultant had advised us to do as a county. It's been a while since I've seen it, and I don't know where to find it. But either way, my understanding is that he suggested several different policies that we should enact, and I don't think that many of them are in the proposal from the staff. And so I'd like to also see if somebody would ask staff as to what their directives were in terms of what to remove from the directive from the consultant and why, and also who made those recommendations. I know at least one department head, Mr. Barnott, is no longer with us. How much was he part of the suggestions on what to remove, when to remove them, and why? Things of that nature. So the other issue I had an issue with is dealing with, I think it's objective 4.4.4. That's talking about seawalls and fill materials. I have not had time to dive into that very much, but I think that potentially has some unintended consequences, much like fill into new properties, creating flooding problems for others. So also potentially backwash from ways and so forth, depending on where that might be on the coastline. So Those are my thoughts on that, but I think the primary thing is where's the consultants' recommendations and how can we see them and how can we match them up to what is being proposed under this scenario. So that's all I have. Thank you, everybody.
Any other phone calls? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I have a few commissioners on the board. Commissioner Cruz?
All right. I think some of this has to do with how you interpret words, and a lot of times you interpret words how you want to interpret them. I kind of went through this. We've had some work sessions and so forth on this, and I kind of went through this agenda, and for various reasons I didn't have a briefing on it, but then last night we received more than a few emails, and so it at least led me to go back and kind of look and try to dig in a little more. And the staff report said that the planning commission approved this 6-0, and usually there's somebody on the planning commission, not everyone by any means, there's always somebody who kind of pushes back on something a little more contentious. So when it's 6-0, I was like, how is there problem here? So I actually pulled the staff report from the planning commission and then pulled our staff report to see, because sometimes the planning commission recommends a word here, word there, and it alters. So I wanted to see what the alteration was. I kind of did my own little red line. And that's why I noticed 2 whole sections are new here. So they weren't actually approved by the planning commission. They were inserted post-planning commission. And so I started digging in a lot here because we're using a lot of words. And again, it's an interpretation. And everyone up here can make our interpretation, and that's how we're going to move forward. But, a couple words we used, somebody came up and mentioned private property. And this is specific to private property. Well, I guess that question is your interpretation of where does private property end and public property begin, because we're talking about a coastline. Someone talked about removal, and one solution to removing is to raise it up until it's no longer in a flood zone. Another way of removing it is not to allow someone to build on it. And look, I'm not, by far not the least developer-friendly person up here by any stretch, but that's a way of doing it. You remove it from the flood map by just not having it in the flood map in its first place, not just raising it. So there's interpretations of words here. But, the biggest thing that concerned me, and Priscilla, or Commissioner Tracy knows a lot more about Phil than I do, so that wasn't even the one that concerned me. The one, honestly, that concerned me a little more is the seawall, because that was basically, now I can put fill, but if that fill in and of itself isn't sufficient, then build a wall and put more fill. And, that now you're talking about seawalls versus mangroves, and I saw the one page we put up there about from the DEO, but there was much bigger reports from the DEO, much bigger reports from consultants that mentioned things about minimizing the use of seawalls and maintaining natural coastlines and protection. So there's a lot more to it than a sentence, if you really dug into what the interpretation and plan was here. And, all I'll say, and I'll leave it at this, it's the only time I'm going to talk about this, we'll see where people go, is 2 days ago, we had a long conversation. It stretched the morning and the afternoon of our session about our legislative priorities. These are priorities we're going to bring up to Tallahassee, and we're going to petition our legislators to endorse for us and support. One of them was $950,000 for clam restoration to protect our water. One of them was $100 million for Piney Point to protect our water. We have something on there about beach renourishment. We are going up there with the almost sole intent of petitioning Tallahassee as some people who care about our coastline and care about our water. If this gets up there ahead of us when we go there in January, and we're intentionally working on comp plan amendments to damage our coastline or water, how is that going to help our legislators in Tallahassee push for the things that we just said was our priority? That's all.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions. Is this the time of the meeting for questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, because I was hearing deliberation. But we'll have deliberation after questions?
Anything about deliberate, if you want to ask questions, now's the time.
I just want to make sure I do
I was
both
mainly responding to
both-
public comment.
at the appropriate time.
Go ahead.
Got it. Okay. Nicole, I guess I'll start with you, if I can. I've written down some questions. So I heard that the deadline for our evaluation and appraisal report is December the 1st. What happens if we miss that date?
I've never heard of anybody missing it. The statute says that if we do not transmit by December 1st, that we may not amend our comprehensive plan until such time that we comply. So it would mean any private or public county-initiated plan amendments that try to transmit before the peril of flood is addressed would be returned to us.
Okay. All right, I got to think that through. So we couldn't transmit any additional comp plan amendments, but those that are already transmitted and on their way back for adoption are not, those are excluded. But future transmittals.
That's our understanding.
Okay, okay. All right, and I'd like to, I don't want to put you in a bad spot, but I know that you're a planner, you're AICP, you're not AICP. Okay, well, I'm an AICP certified planner, and as one planner to another, I mean, I just like to ask some questions. And I'm not acting as a planner up here, of course, I'm just an elected official, but my background makes me want to ask these questions. So have we accomplished compliance with the 6 things that you said we have to comply with to address peril of flood? The slide went so fast, I couldn't read them all. So there was like encourage this and prohibit this, and have we met that criteria?
We won't know till it's evaluated by the state.
And can I ask you your opinion if we met that criteria? Or we hired a consultant. As our consultant's not here, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did our consultant say that we met the criteria with our transmittal that we want today?
We did with previous versions, not today's.
Oh. Okay. And can you explain the difference between the previous versions that the consultant recommended and today's version? What are the differences?
So if I go back to August Planning Commission, the document had reorganized the element as a whole so it better aligned with future amendments. So that would be minor. And it had more directives that directed staff to make future amendments to the Land Development Code to implement the best management practices and set policy decision now, not the reverse. And then it also took some of the existing language that we had in the LMS and our Coastal Emergency Management Plan. Both of those documents are a wealth of knowledge of ways to improve our peril of flood. And that document, in a nutshell, had those categories summarized in it.
Okay, because yeah, that's what a comp plan does, right? It sets policy. For those of you who haven't worked in planning for a while, it sets the umbrella, and then the Land Development Code fills in all the details, you know? We don't talk about setbacks and landscaping in the comp plan. We talk about big global issues in the comp plan.
It should guide future decisions specifically, yes.
And so I don't fully understand what happened at the Planning Commission. What did they strike at the last meeting?
And the August Planning Commission, they didn't transmit, they sent staff back to relook at the entire definitions and all the policies in Chapter 4. Take away the reorg. They didn't say to do that, but that's what we stripped it down to. We took away the reorganization and tried to simplify it. And pulled out as many policies as we could as that we thought might be progressive thinking, and brought forth another attachment, which was presented on August 16th or 12th or whatever day that was.
Wait, okay, so we pulled out policies that you said that were progressive thinking, like thinking ahead 40, 50 years, is that what you mean?
Correct. There was no future planning in it. We're just stripped it down to bare bones.
Okay, is that what the state asked us to do with the peril of flood?
No, that's not what staff would argue we were asked to do.
Okay. Well, okay. That is a little troubling to me. And I mean, as a planner, I'm very concerned about these issues anyway. But as a planner who now has a map that takes my district right over to Sarasota Bay's coastline, you can bet that I'm going to be laser focused on coastal issues. Okay? I've got to be, because I would be representing the coastline if Vanessa Baugh's map is approved. So I'm going to be especially concerned about this. Can you tell me, how do the other coastal communities compare to Manatee? Like, do you know what Pinellas and Hillsborough and Charlotte, and are they preparing for the future, or are they doing bare bones minimum?
Our consultant was the one that was most informed about that because he worked with a lot of those communities. He does business countywide or statewide. I know some of the communities have been provided ORCs, objection revisions and comments of things that they didn't address. Sarasota hasn't done theirs yet, it's my understanding, so I haven't looked at theirs.
I listened to Scott Rudisil, and he explained that the state is asking counties to remove, maybe I misunderstood, remove property from the FEMA flood zones. So does that translate to fill the property outside of the FEMA flood zones? Is that what that means? Or does that mean, because in my career, what I've always understood, the basics back in the mid-'80s when I was in college was seawalls are bad, don't do that, it destroys the shoreline. Elevating structures is good, let the water flow through. And I think of Rob and his old house he used to have that had the breakaway structures right on the river because when there's a storm, the water's got to go somewhere. So do you know, is the state asking the counties to elevate property in the flood zones outside of the flood zones with fill? Is that true? Is that what they're asking us to do?
Madam Chair, may I attempt to answer this question? We have to keep in mind that all we have is these statements in the Florida statute. In the olden days, used to have a Florida Administrative Code section that the state agency provided that had 50 pages of regulations that would tell you all these details. Nicole Knapp can't answer these questions. She doesn't represent DO. There's no administrative regulation for her to look at. So we have to be careful.
Okay.
You get a lot of detail. All it is those policies 1 through 6 that Nicole put up on the overhead. And they're broadly written to encourage the use of best practices, identify development techniques and best practices, et cetera. So I would say it's with your legislative discretion, whether you're with a lot of regulation, medium regulation, or no regulation, and how detailed you get in the LDC. No matter what we do, we have 1 year after adoption, whenever that occurs, to update our LDC to provide more detail.
Right. And again, the comp plan should outline the policies of what the county is going to look like, and then the LDC should fill in the details. But I don't think that these types of decisions are best suited in the LDC. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Can someone, I'm not an engineer, do we have an engineer here? Tom Gerstenberger? What happens to the surrounding properties if we elevate land with fill and a seawall? Is there an impact on other properties, or is it all just contained within that site?
Good afternoon. For the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department. Madam Chair, Commissioner Servia, with respect to...
Speak closer.
Not on.
Or just closer.
I think it's on test.
Get closer. It's
There
on,
you go.
just gotta
Yeah.
get
It's
Oh,
closer.
let's
on.
try
Get
it.
closer, Tom.
All right, I'll repeat my introduction again. Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department. Madam Chair, Commissioner Servia, with respect to the utilization of fill, it depends on where the property is located, essentially. If the property is located inland, in and along, or associated with a riverine or a flood inundation area that's created due to flash flooding or to rainfall, as compared to shoreline flooding, which is caused by storm surge effect. There's different criteria, there's different modeling associated with those components and those facets of utilizing fill. If we're speaking of inland areas, typically what we would see is floodplain mitigation associated with either drainage modeling or what we use as terminology, cup for cup mitigation, where literally for every cubic yard or cubic unit of volume, you're creating that compensatory volume or greater to compensate or to mitigate for fill material. With respect to shoreline areas, there is no requirement to mitigate or to provide compensation for fill material. With the shoreline areas, the modeling is substantially different than what it would be for rainfall or for riverine flooding, where there's a requirement to demonstrate that no adverse impacts are created based upon the stages, based upon flood stages. Whereas for coastal areas, the coastal flood inundation is identified based upon what is known as a slosh model, which is a component of drainage of modeling that takes into account storm surge. Now, that modeling for storm surge is not as, how can I put this? It's not as precise, it's not as site-specific per se as we would see for riverine or for rainfall flooding. It literally creates transects or swaths of shoreline based upon topography to identify how far inland the storm surge will penetrate beyond the shoreline. And based upon that modeling, we also determine as far as for a base flood elevation, as far as a flood stage elevation, that is utilized for the flood insurance rate maps.
Okay, so that was a lot of engineering, technical
I dived right in.
information there, but
Good morning, my name is Conger.
yeah.
Sorry.
Do I understand in plain speak, if you could just drill down a
Certainly,
little
turn
bit?
it down a little, yes.
So, away from the coast, we dig out areas as we elevate areas to balance
Yes.
so water doesn't leave
Yes,
the site.
that is one of the primary principles to mitigate for riverine or rainfall flooding is to provide cup for cup compensation for filling within a 100-year floodplain, or otherwise to use drainage modeling, which is becoming more prevalent to our watershed management plans.
But on the coast, it's different. We
Correct.
don't do that.
Correct.
So it does affect other properties, am I correct?
It can, yes.
A negative
It certainly
way?
can, yes.
A negative way.
Due to the impacts of that fill material along the shoreline, whether it creates reverberation of storm surge, whether some of the terminology such as wave reflection or cascading of storm surge onto surrounding properties, certainly has been brought up before as far as erosion, scour, of fill material, if there is no armoring, if there is no revetment to prevent that fill material from being scoured or from being eroded due to storm surge effect. So there's certainly, when we do speak about storm surge construction, we certainly have to take into account what effect that storm surge would have on loose fill material. If there is no structural reinforcement, if there is no armoring to hold that fill material in place, it literally will be pulled out due to storm surge.
Okay, I appreciate all that detail. So the vulnerability assessment project, I think that's what it's called, that we've been working on for the last couple of years, right? So the policies we've established today, do they fully address that vulnerability assessment study? Or did I hear you say that the original consultant's recommendations did? Are we still today? Are we doing what we know is needed based on that study that we spent money on and did for 2 years?
The original set of documents provided by the consultant may have been a little bit too progressive, and so we've obviously trimmed that back, but staff would have liked something more in the middle, if you will. Our recommendation would have been more something in the middle, but we're satisfying them. The question becomes, are we satisfying them enough? We won't know.
And Nicole, I want you to know that I appreciate you, and I don't mean to put you in a bad position. And I want you to know that you're not in jeopardy for telling your professional opinion. We want your professional opinion. Just remember that. I do. I want your professional opinion. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else. I don't like kicking the can down the road. which is one approach that we're being asked to do. I think that we need to do a good job of addressing peril of flood. I think that that's our main job up here, is to enact policy that protects the citizens of Manatee County and the future of Manatee County. You know, let's keep Manatee great, okay? Let's put Manatee first, because nobody else is going to protect Manatee County. We have to protect Manatee County. I got one more question, and it's for Carol Clark, who is my longtime colleague and an AICP certified planner. And I was here in 1989 when we adopted the comprehensive plan, which Carol had a very large part, I think, in writing, and it was an award-winning plan, the best in the state of Florida. Is the change that's being made now, which is contrary to what we did in 1989, can you explain how it's better to do that for the county at large?
Carol Clark, Medallion Home, AICP. And yes, no, I was not actually here in 1989. I was here, but not working here. I worked for the consulting firm that helped revise the comprehensive plan.
Oh, yes, you did leave for a short period of time. So I think you were here before I got here, and then you came right after,
yes.
right after I was here.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So the change that has been added is to provide a mechanism to respond to the statutory requirement that includes how do you get properties out of the FEMA flood zone. Acquiring properties or not permitting development on those properties does not get them out of the flood zone. And that's not what the statute says. The statute says mechanisms to remove properties from the FEMA flood zone. And that's what those policies are talking about.
So we heard our attorney say she wasn't sure, but you are sure that that's what it means.
And Mr. Vogler, who actually drafted that language in the statute, can answer that as well. And I will say to everyone here, and Commissioner Bellamy, I saw you grab your head. Because this is so complicated, and it's both mind-numbing and mind-blowing, all of the things that have to be considered. So this is not easy. And today is a transmittal hearing, and you'll be back if you transmit it with an adoption hearing and future hearings to go through, God bless us all, the coastal management element and the land development code that deals with all of those coastal issues. And again, this started for Medallion with a pre-app where we were told that Heritage Harbor was in the coastal planning area and we couldn't have an assisted living facility there. We worked through all of that for Heritage Harbor, but still, that is still there. So there is a lot, and part of what I am learning, perhaps because of my new role, is like, okay, why do we require more landscaping if you're in a coastal area?
Filtration?
Water
quality?
But in the coastal planning area, I don't understand all of those things. So those are things that have to get addressed.
May I ask you another question? I don't know much about the Army Corps of Engineers and the DEP permitting for seawalls. I'm not even quite sure who does what when. But do you think that would this be in conflict in any way by allowing seawalls in Manatee County, new seawalls? Could you get a Corps permit or a DEP permit for a seawall? Because I've always understood no way can you get a seawall permit.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Whitmore?
Yeah, I keep hearing Ms. Phelps say she's been here longer than anybody else. I've been here 52 years on Anna Maria Island. So I can talk a little bit about island and flooding and all that stuff. First of all, comp plan, I've always learned when I was mayor on the island, the comp plan is the Bible, the LDC follows the Bible. That's an easy way for me to remember it, and that's how and you don't, and so many, like the city, my city, it took a year to rewrite it, because just like here, we were putting stuff in our comp plan that really belonged in the LDC, so we have cleaned a lot of that up. In my city, and I'm using this in staff, I don't know if you've heard about it, we did have a home, it was in Anna Maria, it was in the newspapers, and they wanted to build on the beach, along the beach, and they owned the property. And actually, it went before the courts, and the courts gave them that right, because that was their property. But the city fought them, and that was the city of Anna Maria. In my city, Holmes Beach, I've actually read that they are looking exactly from what I guess Mr. Rudisell had said about how to address maybe setbacks and the height issue, because we are in a, a flood, we're in a zone for hurricanes and stuff. So where I live, we're starting to address stuff like that. So that doesn't shock me. What also doesn't shock me, and I know I've talked to Priscilla about this, is the fill. Where I am, you have to fill. I'm the highest part in, my property is the highest in Holmes Beach, and it's 9 feet above sea level. So everywhere that they're building on the islands, there is elevation. I don't know how high, but it all depends on the topography of the island. I didn't have, and Commissioner Cruz, I had read all this, oh, he's gone, but he hears me. I had read all this, and then I started getting the letters, and I did see the seawall and the fill, and then I can't find it again. Now I can't find where it was written. So if somebody could tell me where it is on our e-agenda, not on where because I can't find it again. I tried last night and I tried today, and I can't find where I read it in the e-agenda that we have on our computers.
Do you have Exhibit B open?
Yes, well, I will, if I can open it. Revised? Okay. And when was this revised, and did you revise it?
Sorry, the update memo has the latest version, I apologize, because there was 2 implementation policies added to, or implementation mechanisms added to 4442, which is the fill, and 4443, which was the seawall.
Okay, I don't have an issue with the fill. I know some people may not agree with me with that, because I understand if you have a state law that if you want to develop it, you can't be in that zone. I get that. I do have a major problem, and everybody's always known it, is the seawalls. To me, that's the ecosystem of our bay. I don't think I've seen any seawalls along any of the coastline so far, and this would be setting a precedent. The purpose of not to have seawalls is to have the vegetation for filtration in our bay, and maintain a healthy habitat. We have all these little critters, sand fleas and everything else going up and down, which that maintains the habitat of our bay. We also, Manatee County is in the middle of 3 estuaries. We're the only county that's in the middle of 3 estuaries. And to see our whole coastline seawalled, I wouldn't want to see that. But I do agree, I have no problems with the fill. And I can't believe that if you really need to get your property out of this area, that you can't figure out a way to do that by adding fill. I know that's what they do where I live. They fill it, and then they don't end up not putting their homes on stilts. So I have no problems with the fill. I have problems with the seawall. And if anybody can explain to me otherwise, I know Mr. Rudisell brought it up about the state statute, but it just says you have to get your property out of the flood zone. Am I correct, Mr. Rudisell? From what you said, the state statute says, yes, you have to come up, Mr. Rudisell. Because that's information that I had not heard about this statute, and it says this. I have no problems building on your private property. I have problems with seawalls along the bay.
So the statute talks about encouraging the removal of property from coastal real property from the FEMA maps. So it doesn't say.
Have to build a seawall.
What's that?
It doesn't say you have to build a seawall.
No, it doesn't say that. And it doesn't say that you're going to fill in coastal wetlands either. I mean, there's plenty of coastal property that could be filled and elevated without impacting the coastal wetland areas. And so that's part of I think when you get into some of the more detailed discussion, that we'll have down the road. But overall, you've got, and it's not uncommon to have conflicting policies or policies that have to meld together somewhere. But overall, the requirement is that the county encourages property owners to remove property from FEMA maps.
Thank you. And, 5 or 6 years ago, our Sarasota Bay was the healthiest it's been since the 50s. And now we've gone downhill fast. So we have to somehow have this equilibrium where people can have their property rights as well as keeping the ecosystem of the bay. So that's all I got to say. But again, I have no problems with Phil because I've lived and breathed it since the 80s when they started making these rules about elevating your homes. But the other stuff, I don't know. That's all.
All right, I'm next. I only have one question. And I just want to make sure I'm correct on this, Nicole. If you could answer a question for me. When this came up before, am I correct that this board wanted to be consistent with what the state was requiring? Is that correct? Do I recall that correctly? It seems like to me I remember this board discussing the fact that we wanted to be consistent with the state on this type of thing. I thought we had that discussion.
We had discussions probably at the March work session when we talked about coastal mapping as a whole. Peril of flood wasn't the topic of the agenda.
Well, I remember us talking about, you had brought some things forward
Yeah,
to
we've
us,
made
and we talked about that we wanted to be consistent with the state. I just couldn't remember if this was part of that.
Well, right, and we've made, over the last 3 years, we've made 5 presentations to the board along the way to update them at different stages of
I know that.
So
Yes.
somewhere in there, you would have asked us to be consistent with the state. Yeah, but that's what we're supposed to do.
Well, I think it was with these board members, our new ones. That's why I was asking that.
Um,
I just seem to recall it.
That focus was, I think, more with mapping, but
It might have been. It might have been. All right, and I'm going to leave the conversation about the seawalls and the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. I'm still on that board. In fact, I'm on their executive committee, and they do both, seawalls and try to keep seawalls away when possible, but sometimes it's not possible. So it is still something that's being used in the state today. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, looking at this, I get a sense of deja vu. I feel like we've had this discussion multiple times. What the statute that I think you might be remembering, Madam Chair, is that we talked about that FEMA, going by the FEMA maps, is required.
That could
and that we were adding, at the direction of the commission, before this sitting commission, staff was adding what they called the human element, where if you owned 200 acres and 5 acres was in the floodplain, the whole 200 acres was not able to be utilized. And they had been working on that for what I recall being years, definitely months, working on getting all the different properties that they needed to take out. I do not fault them at all for that. That was the direction they were given, and they were working hard to do it. At one of our very first meetings, when we were still at the convention center, we stated definitively that we were not for any regulation beyond what was absolutely necessary in regards to FEMA and EPA type rules. When we talk about 2015 and what the government was saying in 2015, I mean, that's the Clean Water Act we're talking about. That was President Barack Obama's EPA, which has a different motivation and outlook on the world than what I would think at least 4 people on this board would have. And in fact, President Trump repealed that act and replaced it in 2019 because it was tracing water all the way upstream to where they could find the smallest ditch and then saying, okay, the EPA has authority on what you can do with your ditch in your own property. And so it was taking people's properties rights needlessly. And here's the thing, when I look at this board, the closest, policy, the closest I've come to a policy real disagreement with Commissioner Van Ostenbridge was the other day when we're talking about Rattlesnake Key, because I'm got on LMAC and I want to be a part of. We all want to find and do something significant for the lands. I want to see great things in our watershed, looking out east to keep our waters more clean, and to find things that we can do that are significant. As part of that list for me, it's not included these things are not included in that. These are property owners, and here's the other thing. We've had this meeting over and over and over again. It would be very disappointing and frustrating, and I'd say wrong, to change the direction that we've given to staff now for a few days over a year, or a day over a year, right? A year and a day, we've given the exact same direction. For us to swap now would be inconsistent and wrong, and it is our job to put out clear signals. If you disagree or you agree, make it clear. Don't let everybody guess until the very last second and waste people's time, waste people's money. Tell them one way or the other so they can move on with their businesses and their lives and know, can I rebuild this? We even talked about replacing an existing. I'm amazed that if you have your own thing on your property and it starts to fall apart, you can't fix it. I thought I heard the opposite. But regardless, this seems like a great opportunity to step up and say, we're not for over-regulation. We're not for the 2015 EPA rules coming down from Barack Obama. This is not our stance as a board, our beliefs. This is the opportunity to make a difference on that. And I think it's the right thing to do to let, when we talk about the person that's actually, say, building a property along the coast or up the river, we're talking, goodness, Heritage Harbor being affected by this, So when we talk about that, that's one thing, but realize that the small property owner that's got 10 acres, 20 acres, was left 40 acres by his parents, or his or her parents, and that's who we're affecting them the most, because if their land is useless, which just a few years ago we were, as a county, working very hard to be sure that as much land was useless for any type of something, I shouldn't say useless. I love land that's set aside for the environment, but should someone be able to build something on their 20 acres, we were setting aside or throwing out a lot of land at that point. So if there were a couple of acres in the flood zone and plenty of land, more acres not in the flood zone, we were saying you can't build anything on that entire property. And so we were working in one direction, now we're working in the other direction, and now I think it's time to, if we were not going to do that, we should have said earlier, before people work had been done to get this done. And so with that, based on the evidence presented, comments made at public hearing, the technical support documents, and finding the request to be consistent with the Community Planning Act as codified in applicable portions of Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, and the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, I move the Transmit Plan Amendment, PA-20-05, Ordinance 21-07, as recommended unanimously by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to second that motion, but Commissioner Satcher, we still have other commissioners on the board to speak. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Knapp, I have a few questions for you because there's quite a bit of coastline in my district, as we do. As written, will there be any removal? Will allow for the removal of any mangroves in Manatee County?
Gary Race will step forward and answer that question for you.
Gary Race, Building Development Services, Environmental Planning. Basically, this doesn't, we have the same rules that will be in effect for mangrove protection, for wetland protection. What's in this element doesn't change that.
Okay. Will this allow for the destruction of any seagrasses in Manatee County?
Not directly. The question is whether or not, allowing fill material, as Mr. Gerstenberger stated, if you have fill material in an area, you get a storm, that sediment goes somewhere. It's going to settle in the shallow areas. We see that happening. We've seen all the beach renourishment. It picks it up and it moves it somewhere. So any amount of fill material that's out in the coastal area has that potential as it shifts.
Okay. Valid point, though, interesting point, that the government itself adds more fill into a coastal area than any other entity, hands down, via beach renourishment.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
And each of those cases has a lot of pros and cons when they look at those.
Sure. So it'd be interesting that the government would allow itself to fill in a coastal area more than probably all of the private sector combined, but then this would prohibit private property owners from doing the exact same thing. It's interesting. So my next question to you would be, would this allow, not an ordinance, but would it create any additional beach erosion?
That's hard to say.
He can't answer that.
There's a lot of things related. You've got not just high tides, not just increased sea levels. You've got storm surge, events like that. Who knows? I mean, we've seen storms get more severe.
Can you definitively tell me whether or not there would be increased runoff as a result?
If there would be increased runoff
into the bay
from fill material being placed on the coastal area uplands?
As a result of what we're being asked to pass today.
I'm not sure how to perceive that. If you pile fill material in an upland area, you're increasing the chance that some of that's going to run off into the lower areas.
Less of it will be absorbed.
Excuse me?
And you're saying that less of that water would be absorbed?
It's not absorbed the same way. If you increase it, you're bringing in, I'll call it foreign soils,
Sure.
Different material, and it may not have the same, perk rate and all that to soak in. It may not have the same vegetation on it that would allow it to absorb those
So there's
things.
a possibility?
Sure.
Okay. So then is there a possibility that this would negatively impact water quality?
Yes, I feel.
What, sorry?
I feel that it would.
You feel there's a
yes.
possibility
There's a
that it could-
possibility. Any development in a coastal area could result in, if all of our coastal areas were sand dunes and black rush marshes and
Sure.
all that, we'd live in a better world. We'd have better water quality.
Sure, but of course, we already allow for development in a coastal area, right?
That's correct. And one of the questions that came up was about seawalls, whether or not they're allowed. They are allowed, but typically they are restricted. You've already got to have a seawall on each side of you
Raise it.
before you put one in there. We don't say, go into a completely new area and build a seawall. State statutes and administrative code also, they really are against what they call armoring the coastal area.
Which actually led to some of my other questions on my list here, which is, would this allow for additional seawalls that would not otherwise be allowed?
It specifically says to allow seawalls to hold back fill.
True, but are we currently banning seawalls?
It'd have to go through the same regulations that.
So this would not permit additional seawalls that wouldn't
I don't think it would open the door to a whole bunch of more, but it doesn't give staff what happens is the development will look for the least or the easiest application instead of designing something. If you look at the way that's worded is to best design principles and redevelopment principles and engineering. So I think the question you'd ask is filling and making seawalls the best engineering practices that we have?
Well, that's not my question. My question is, currently there are laws and standards in place that you have to adhere to in order to build a seawall on your property.
Correct.
Right? So you can currently have a seawall.
In some, yes.
Does this make it so that you no longer have to go through those sort of loopholes and obstacles to obtain and retain those permits to get a seawall? Or
I
you
think we'd
have
still
to go through all of that.
We'd still
rigmarole?
look at it that it still has to go through the proper permitting to build a seawall.
Okay, thank you. And does this, we touched on density, would this increase the current amount of density allowed in the coastal area?
No.
Would this be an increase in density?
No.
I do environmental, the density stuff.
So, Mrs. Knapp, would this be an increase in density in the coastal area?
No.
Okay. And then does this keep us in line with all current state and federal laws and requirements?
Oh, I think that's your question, Ms. Professional. That's your question, not ours.
Or should I turn to the attorney for that?
Yeah, probably.
We're going to find out. Yeah, to be.
All our code now requires all applicable state and federal permitting.
I'm sorry, say that again. You were.
All LDC now requires all applicable federal and state permitting.
So this would still keep us in line?
Yeah, we can't change that. That's preempted to state and federal.
That's fine. That's my question. Okay. That's all for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, with those questions, I couldn't help but think about Tampa Bay, the water in Tampa Bay right now, because they have so much more development than we do along the water lines. Commissioner Sarvia.
Mr. Race, I want to understand a couple of things. So regarding the mangroves, and Kevin's question was a good one. Of course, that's controlled, I think, by, is it DEP or the Army Corps that controls mangroves?
DEP has.
DEP, okay. So, yeah, we can't change state law up here. So DEP's laws continue to remain regarding mangroves. But if we allow a seawall up against the shoreline, is there a separation from the mangroves that's required? Because I know when you cut off the fresh water and the good flow of water, maybe I'm not describing this properly, to the mangrove roots, do you have a problem? Do they die?
I cannot imagine or remember a situation where we put a seawall at a mangrove fringe.
Right.
If anything, I think we'd have, and I guess maybe some of that is the interpretation of what a seawall might be. That seawall may be more landward than the typical seawall that you think of where the water lapping up against it. It could be more of a retaining wall that's on an upland portion that allows still a natural shoreline to allow the mangroves to grow.
But do the policies that are prepared now address that? Do they say you have to be separated from mangroves at a certain distance? It's not really addressed that I saw.
No, not specifically.
Okay. All right. So, and seawalls. So I think I know that in our comprehensive plan currently, we do not allow new seawalls. We allow old seawalls that have crumbled to be fixed. We allow, in some cases, if the shoreline is already hardened on either side and you have one lot where there is no seawall, that would be an appropriate infill. But I think that those are the only seawalls that you could even apply for a permit.
That's
that
the
correct?
only situations that I've seen, yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. I think those are all my questions for you. As I sit here, especially as now I know with Vanessa's map that I'm going to have the coast, and you laugh, Vanessa, but it's true.
It's so funny, though, to hear you say it's Vanessa's map.
Well, it is you did say you drew it all weekend. Isn't that correct?
Too, Misty.
No, I didn't.
Ask your question. Can we move on, please?
Oh, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm just
You're not offending
calling it your map because you proudly said it was your map. Okay.
Jeez.
I'm sorry.
Humor.
No, this is not a time for humor. This is very serious to me. I think about the fishermen. I think about the scuba divers. I think about the boaters. I am a native Floridian. I grew up in Sarasota. This is why people love Florida. It is because of all of our water amenities. Now, I think we all know that. I don't have to tell all of you guys that. I sit here and think about what is the cost to the taxpayers if we allow seawalls in certain areas. What happens to the property values of the other areas that are along the coast? I think about my friend Bob Lombardo, and is friends with many of you, who has property on Palmasola Bay. What happens if his neighbor puts up a seawall and then his property is eroded? We got to be concerned about all of our citizens, not just some of them who want to fill land and put up a seawall to hold the land in so that they can develop the way they want to develop. I am a huge private property rights person. You guys know that. I have fought for private property rights just like Betsy Benak my whole career, since it was adopted, since private property rights came into effect. I strongly believe in private property rights, but I also believe in protecting our natural resources in the state of Florida. And I think we have an obligation to do that in Manatee County. We had 71% of the population vote to tax themselves to buy preservation land, to preserve our old Florida properties. Why do we do that? In my opinion, because development is going crazy. It is going gangbusters. People come to us all the time and say, just stop developing, stop approving this. We can't. State law does not allow it. But this is the balance that you get when you're able to preserve some of the more important lands. You're able to preserve that. There's a balance between the fast-paced growth and trying to save some of the very important things that may protect all of us in the future from storm surge. What keeps this community great? As a conservative, and I am a fiscal conservative, I believe in using our money wisely and preserving our natural resources. That's what conservation and conservatism is. Okay? Where is the logic? Where is the logic in approving something that is just going to benefit a few and not all? I was listening to the prayers, I always do this afternoon, and they said, please remember, from the least of us to the greatest of us, protect all people the same. I thought that was something like that. I thought that was so beautiful. That's kind of our role up here, is to look out for everyone. Sarah, what about the inconsistencies? Because with these new policies, we're going to have inconsistencies all over the place in our comp plan. And to me, that seems like it's going to lead to legal challenges. Because talk about wanting to be clear and transparent, you're going to need Ed Vogler to figure out what the heck the comp plan says. You're going to need him, because it's going to say in one area, no new seawalls, and in another one, it's going to say we allow seawalls. I'm really concerned about that. Yes, of course, we have to be consistent with the state. As Commissioner Baugh said, yes, everything we do has to be consistent with the state. And if any of you have ever seen the state comp plan, anybody ever seen it? It's not this big. It's not, because it's really broad. It basically says, do the right thing, protect your people. That's pretty much what it says. Here's the state statute. Here's what it says. Encourage is an important word. Encourage the use of best practices, development and redevelopment principles, strategies, and engineering solutions that will result in the removal of coastal real property from the flood zone designations established by FEMA. Encourage. Doesn't say mandate, doesn't say you have to do it. And what that means to me is you encourage it in the locations where it makes the most sense. Okay? You know, and I'm sorry for those of you that I'm boring, but I gotta say some things. You know, people call me all sorts of names. People say, you're not our mother. Remember that for COVID? You're not our mother. Don't tell us what to do. Well, the state's not our daddy either, okay? We have got to do what's right to protect the citizens of Manatee County, because the government ain't protecting us. Look around. Do you think the federal government's protecting us? Do you think the state government's protecting us? No. We have to protect Manatee County. I will not be pressured by special interests. I know that this is very controversial. I am going to work hard for the people of this community, all of them, not just the rich, but all of the people in Manatee County, here and tomorrow. My kids are the future generation of Manatee County. They want to stay here and grow up here. I think about them and their kids. To heck with us. We'll all be dead pretty soon. Think about the next generations. Okay? Think about Pat Glass. We're sitting in the Pat Glass chambers. Think, what would Pat Glass do? What did the history of Republican commissioners that sat up here for a long, long time, what did they do? What did they do? They were forward thinking. They built the dam. They dug Lake Manatee. They did things for the future generations of this community. And because of that, they weren't reelected because people didn't like it. Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to do things that are right for the future generations of Manatee County, too. I've heard from enough concerned citizens that have said, please, please help us. And I am going to advocate for everybody, not for special interests. So I am not in support of your motion. It is going to hurt the community. I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
You dare me what? I'm going to say something. Thank you for your thank you for your comments, and I do have 6 things up here that I've written down.
We're gonna have to take a recess.
Everybody else has said what they want to say. I'm just trying to make sure. I do have I do have a couple of questions. And maybe this is to Nicole or either the environmentalist, and I just want a straight yes or no. You may or may not be able to, as far as if we go through this transmittal, it's obviously going to be some impact on water quality. Am I correct? Can somebody answer me?
You have to come up. Shaking your head yes doesn't mean.
Which? Yeah. But he's not.
Will passage or will acceptance of this coastal plan and the policy changes affect water quality? The purpose is to not, but when we're allowing fill in those areas, it's possibility.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I am, because again, we just put in where we're doing our legislative platform now, where we're talking about the oyster clam restoration, and which to me, we have to be careful here, because we may be contradicting what we're doing, and I don't know. That's a hell of a lot smarter than I am, but is this an oxymoron or a paradox based on all the information that's out there and things like that? My concern is the impact on water quality. But here we go again. It's a transmittal. It doesn't say this is what we're going to do next, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding transmittal. But I do know, just by listening up here, one of my concerns is I don't want to put us in a situation where if we have a legislative platform, right, to talk about improving water quality, and then we're going through a transmittal, and we know that's going to potentially impact water quality. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about that, and I'm not as in depth as you all are. The information about the boat is like aha. That was aha moment of some of the experiences, and then the tide lines and things of that nature right there. And when you start talking about that language about the field dirt and the seawalls, I think some lawyers are licking their chops at this. And here's the reason why. I don't think either way we go, it's going to be some litigation down the road. And I don't know what my man's hourly rate, but he knows it's getting ready to come, because he's a heck of a lot smarter than us. One way or another, this is going to be something in court eventually. But that's just me. The impact on regulating private property, I have a concern with that, and this is what we do up here when we start talking about land use. But like Commissioner Servia said, what about our kids and what about the future of all this? And then it's that whole thing as far as we just put in a legislative platform where we're asking for almost $1 million to help support water quality. Carol said, you see me scratching my head. I think I'm, as bald as I am, I've got some more gray on this one right here, because some people are going to understand and some people not. This is an area, my concern is the water quality. I'm just being honest with you. It's the transmittal at the water quality. That's my concern. Whether I support it or not, that's what my concern is. But we have all these regulations, all these steps and things that you have to take place when you start developing around that. And every development, some way, one how, is going to impact, water quality, because when you start developing, you're going to have water runoff and all those type things right there. So tough. I just don't know where I'm at on this one just yet.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I'm not an expert in this, but I've been involved with science for about 44 years now. So I do believe in the science. I have been on Sarasota Bay Estuary for years. I have Ed Childs and General Patterson put me on the first board for when we started Solutions to Avoid Red Tide, when they invented that yellow bullet to go out and detect red tide. I've been involved with all that. I have seen the bay improves the best that it's ever been 5 years ago, and now I wouldn't swim in it. So I have seen it go down. I'm a big one for property rights. I actually got, with David Zaccanito, Ungarelli Preserve. I voted on Robinson's. We have Grassy Point that I voted on as a city commissioner in Holmes Beach, and Geraldson's. I'm totally, and we did all that because it was along the shoreline, to protect the shoreline. So that's where I'm coming from, friends, who's ever listening. Again, I have no problem with the fill. My city, they're doing riprap now. Is that even part of this? I just can't, I mean, I never even thought about it, our environmental gentleman that was up here. If one development wants to build a seawall, you can't, because you have to have one on each side to hold it up. So what you're gonna see possibly are groups together getting long pieces of property contiguous, and then you're gonna have a big, long wall. And then we've got our mangroves to protect. They are our natural filtration. They built Anna Maria Island, the mangroves did. You know, we have a lot going on. I have no problems working with whoever wants to build on their property along the coast. I am totally in support of it. But can't we look at, the only thing I don't agree with, and I'm not gonna vote on it unless we take it out, is the seawall, or what about riprap, some kind of natural seawall, what we're doing on my city? That is totally, because I have riprap, I walk my dog by it every day on a canal, and the mangroves are growing all around it. So it's filtrating, and it's still protecting. Why can't we do that instead of that big old heavy, that I didn't vote for years ago? There are other ways to do this and work with everybody, so please consider that. Maybe we could alter the motion to look at something like that. I'm all about protecting the environmental quality of the water. Our manatees are dying, 1,000 this year.
Yeah, we saw that.
You know, I mean, come on, let's all do better. Turtles, you know, we can do better.
Commissioner Cruz.
All right, I think we've kind of exhausted this conversation like 8 times over.
It's not over.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it an amended motion to transmit Plan Amendment PA-20-5/Ordinance 21-07, excluding policies 4.4.4.2 and 4.4.4.3, and we can discuss those once this transmittal comes back to us.
Can you tell us what they are, since we don't have them in
because I
front
don't
of
know, my
us?
screen went
It's
dead.
the 2 policies about fill and seawall, the 2 that were added after the Planning Commission.
And then talk about it the next one?
Well, if everyone keeps saying it's just a transmittal, who cares, it's just a transmittal, who cares, we can discuss it later, then let's just discuss it the other way and take them out
Second.
now.
Second.
Hallelujah.
Well, we got somewhere.
All right, commissioners, we have a new motion on the floor by Commissioner Cruz with a second by Commissioner Servia. Madam Clerk, did you
Well,
get that motion?
can-
Just a
can I
minute.
just
I want to make
ask-
sure she's got it. Hold on. Yes, ma'am. Did you? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So the question is this a hostile amendment, or does the maker of the motion accept the amendment?
Do you accept it?
It's hostile.
Okay. But he's smiling and he's
the
very
nicest way.
gentle.
I mean, I don't agree with the amendment. I made the one
And
that
so
I
we
intended
vote on
to
this
make.
backwards. First, we vote on the amendment,
Correct.
and then on the main motion.
We've been doing these all the time.
Can I
Okay,
remove
well,
my
I just-
second
I just
off
had
the
to-
first motion?
Yeah, you can.
Which is
I made the second on the first motion. Can I remove my second?
Yes.
I removed my second.
We agree, Vanessa.
I'm just trying to move forward. This is ridiculous.
Madam Chair, I'm on the board.
Yeah, we're all on the board
I'm going
again.
to call, no, I won't.
So much for trying to
Commissioner
move
Van
this forward.
Osterbridge, Commissioner Survey, and then we are going to vote on the
And-
motion that's on the
And
floor.
Madam Chair,
Your staff's raising their hand.
Just
I
a
just
minute.
wanted to make, before we do the final vote, if Nicole can clarify whether we've moved the correct policies or anything else has to be changed.
That's a good
Are those the only
Yeah.
two that were,
Those
have
are,
to take
those
out?
are the 2 correct policies, 4442 and 4443, but
Right.
that's not why my hand was up. I have a question of clarity
Go
for
ahead, Nicole.
Sarah. I think if I understood Commissioner Cruz's motion correct, he said remove them to transmit and then discuss them at the adoption hearing. I don't
Did?
think we can do that. If I maybe misunderstood what you said.
I just meant remove them for transmittal, but the point was if we're just transmitting and coming back, can't we have further discussion in the interim?
And Adam?
I don't think you can add additional language and come back
I
for an
can?
adoption
Okay.
hearing. That's what I'm asking Sarah to confirm.
That's fine. I'm okay with that too.
Information, though.
Well, I was going to suggest if we were going this route that if you're going to, you can treat that as a separate amendment. In the
Okay.
future, that would go through,
Okay.
like, if the board decided to change those policies, to do that in the future, because other policies have to be changed as well. There are a number of policies refer to seawalls in this comp plan.
Okay.
So you'd
And
have
that's
to
a
bring
big
it back.
policy discussion of itself, as you can just see right now.
I stand by my motion.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, Commissioner Servia will be after that.
Okay, so, and if I may, so my question is, I heard two statements, and maybe I heard staff incorrectly, but I thought that I heard staff say that seawalls are currently, you have all these hoops to jump through, right, and permitting process that has to be dealt with, but that you can currently obtain a seawall in Manatee County. Is that true? And the reason I ask is I also heard Commissioner Servia say that you cannot get a seawall in Manatee County.
You can get seawalls in some situations.
There you go.
Okay.
Basically, we look at it, if there's a seawall on each side of you, you can extend it through your property. You can do repairs. I have not seen in the few years that I've been here where we've put a new seawall into an area that did not have seawalls.
Okay, and this would allow that?
This says specifically to allow seawalls.
Right.
Okay, but we already allow seawalls, I guess. So what is the language currently is my question. You say you haven't seen it, but the question wasn't have you seen it? The
Well,
question is
but
it allowed?
now
What's
you've
the
got
law?
something that specifically says that will allow seawalls, so it would be hard for staff to say, we won't allow seawalls here when someone comes in. It'd have to get either way, whether
But if
what we
something
do
is
now, it
currently
has to
allowed-
go to the state.
If something is currently allowed by law, are staff currently telling residents that they cannot build seawalls on their property, even if it's allowed by law?
New seawalls.
For new
It's like-
seawalls, yeah, we don't, there's a restriction. You can't have them unless,
Okay, so maybe my comment should go to Sarah. Sarah, are you, I don't expect you to just like totally pull this out of your hat, but
Maybe.
maybe you can. My question is.
Super.
What kind of language do we currently have in place that prohibits seawalls?
New seawalls.
New seawalls in Manatee County? Because I just want to
Some of the
familiarize
existing
myself.
comp plan policies.
I want to familiarize myself with, what is the baseline, basically, and how would that be changing?
Oh, God, Betsy,
Now
now
everyone's grabbing
Tom's
phone
coming
books
up.
and
Tom has
Tom
it.
knows it. Betsy told
Tom
him.
knows, he's on it.
Please, Tom,
Thank you.
without the mask, because I can't understand you, and I need to understand what you're saying, please. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yep. Should I read it verbatim?
Yes.
That would be best, yeah.
All right. Policy 4.4.2.6 of the comprehensive plan reads, prohibit the construction of new seawalls and the repair and reconstruction of existing seawalls except as permitted by applicable federal and state regulations. And then the implementation mechanism is review of proposed construction and seawall repair or reconstruction activities through policy compliance.
Okay, so we prohibit it unless it's allowed by federal or state.
Correct.
And this would,
Correct, Commissioner.
Mrs. Knapp, this would change that policy how?
Well, by local.
Mrs. Knapp?
The new policy language as proposed, then staff would argue that there'd be an inconsistency because it says allow, where another section of the comp plan says prohibit, so it's inconsistent.
But it says prohibit unless it's allowed. I'm not a lawyer, but,
Sarah?
Basically, let's
Yeah,
just make
Sarah,
one
can
thing
you put
clear.
an end to this,
So the
please?
legal review on this
And
text
I'm not trying to be difficult.
occurred
I mean, I'm serious.
yesterday
If I'm coming up
at
along a seawall-
11:36 a.m., 1 hour after I received this text, okay? So I did say in my email that I haven't had enough opportunity to do a detailed review of any of this, A. B, I did correct some language, the country of Florida statutes regarding prior commencement of development, scrivener's correction, staff made it. Secondly, I said that staff indicated a reported inconsistency between several policies proposed to be amended and existing policies that comes a plan. The one mentioned was one of them. There's 3 or 4 of them, and there's code sections as well. I said that, the way you're looking at it, it's not expressing consistency, but you have to read all these policies together. All policies have to be read, construed, and applied together so that the intent of the board can be gathered from the totality of the policies to resolve any ambiguities. But you have to then do county-initiated amendments to those other policies. They're not being amended as part of the peril flood project, so they have to be initiated. And then you have to do code amendments. And it's going to be an ambiguous time when those two things are going. And then someone's a file development application. You know it. Right after this is adopted, there's going to be a development application and there's ambiguity created.
Of course.
So, but that's the gray area with comp plan interpretations. Then the planning official and the BAS department has to do the comp plan interpretation, which is also appealable to the board. So you'll be interpreting this.
I feel like this resolves nothing, whichever way we go.
It's ridiculous.
Not true.
Are you finished, Commissioner, or
Well,
did
no,
you have
I had
more
another
questions?
question
Okay.
about Phil, and not any particular Phil, but my question is, if someone's going to add fill to their property, the building department can still determine, can the building department determine what kind of material, because Mrs. Trace brings up a valid point, you don't build on sand, right? So I mean, does the building department have any ability to regulate the type of material that people are bringing in, the type of fill material they're bringing in and putting down and building on top of? And do we have any say in the placement of it? Because if you're on 10 acres, I don't want you to, do 15 feet of fill and slide it all the way up over against my driveway.
Sandy Tudor, Building Development Services. If they bring fill in to build on, it has to be compacted. It isn't. They have to be able to hold a certain amount of PSI in order to construct a structure on it.
Okay.
And an engineer has to supply that information to the building department.
Okay, so you have to have an engineer. You're not just dumping fill down and building. And I kind of knew the answer to that, but it was something that I wanted to address because it was thrown out there sort of open-ended. And my other question is, what about the placement of the fill on the property? Is it regulated in any way, shape, or form?
As far as the placement,
Correct.
they have to supply us with a drainage plan so we can see how,
Okay.
which way the water's going, where is it
Sure.
flowing to the front, is it flowing to the back, and it's not to flow onto their neighbor's property.
Okay, because that was brought up as well, that you're going to put all this fill on and it's all going to flow onto the neighbor's property. And I'm a property rights advocate. I want to protect the
Well,
property rights of the
when
neighbor
they
as
submit
well as.
their drainage plan along with their building permit application, our plans reviewers and such look for that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that. So seawalls are totally open-ended. At least Phil, I have a better understanding of where we're going with him. That's all for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is going to be it, guys, no more. Commissioner Servia,
Yeah,
Commissioner
thank you.
Satcher, and then we're going to vote on the motion that's on
Thank
the
you.
floor.
And I want to talk a little bit more about Phil, because I hear Commissioner Whitmore say, I don't mind Phil, I just mind seawalls. And I hear KVO saying, I don't mind Phil either. Tom, can you please come up and talk to us a little bit about Phil? Because when I think, I've been to where Commissioner Whitmore lives, you don't live on the coast, on the shore. You live on the island. And it's easier to fill when you're not up against wave action in the V zone, I think. I think there's a difference.
On the
When you-
bay.
But you're not on the bay either. You're in the middle. You're close.
Pilates Marina, it's all mangroves around where I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've been to your house and I understand that. So, but where you have wave action,
It's a Gulf.
can you explain to me, is there a difference? Maybe I'm completely wrong.
Yeah.
Does it wash out the fill when there's wave
Unfortunately,
action?
probably going to pull the hook back on Sandy up here, but there is different, how can I say this? With respect to storm surge as compared to inundation areas, yes, there is different concerns about certainly the structural utilization of fill for structural use. To essentially build a house on slab on grade as compared to building a house on piles.
Okay.
Certainly, if you're building a house on grade, you are structural fill. You are reliant on that fill material to hold that foundation of the house up and not to allow that house to end up eroding and falling into the ocean, as compared to if you have a house on piles or on stilts, then literally that fill can be washed out, the house will still stand.
Right. So that's why we see so many stilt houses
Correct.
or houses on pilings along the shore where there's wave action,
Correct.
because it does wash out the fill unless you put a seawall in.
That's
If you
one
put
mechanism.
a seawall in, it hardens and then you don't get the washout. Well, riprap is different. It's not as hard, right? I mean, riprap allows plants to grow through it, and I don't know about I don't know. I'm not a hydrologist, not an engineer.
And frankly, as an engineer, I find today entertaining because we're speaking totally about engineering today, is what it seems like. But that all being said, yes, there are certainly different mechanisms for shoreline construction. You can utilize seawalls, you can utilize armoring techniques, which Commissioner Whitmore brought up would be as far as riprap, stabilization, revetments. It doesn't necessarily need to be a seawall per se, or a retaining wall to hold back fill. It can be armoring techniques that are utilized to essentially slow down, or you're basically absorbing the storm surge by utilization of armoring techniques such as riprap.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you for that. All right, so I am going to support the friendly motion that was made. It was not hostile. It's called friendly, actually, I think, by definition, but sometimes it feels hostile.
You can call it whatever you want. We don't care.
So,
It's okay.
so I'm going to support that because I want to meet the deadline of December the 1st, and I want to submit something to the state. And I'm happy if we can remove the seawall and fill requirement. But I will say this, we hired a consultant to do a job, and then we dismantled everything that he recommended and we didn't follow it. I just don't like that that has happened. We will have other opportunities as we talk about the CEA and the CPA and all of these other layers of the coast. And I think we need to do a better job of protecting the coastline and looking 50 years ahead and not looking at what's going on today and what certain businesses and individuals may want. We need to think more globally about the future of Manatee County. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher, do you have anything new to add, sir? Trying to move this forward.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, anything
Thank you, Madam
new to-
Chair. Yes, so I'm looking at the map, and there are, of course, especially on the Manatee River, but there are quite a few residences where they are on open water, and they do not have a seawall. But I do not see any, and there aren't any mangroves, but I am not seeing any large pieces of property, right? Whiting Preston, sorry to throw names out there, but Whiting Preston and Baroof seem to own the big pieces of property that are on the bay. Both of those, all of those properties are completely lined with mangroves, which would remain be untouched shoreline. They would not be able to destroy any of those mangroves. So I don't see where a large seawall is going to be put in on open water. So that brings us down to individual property owners who have property on open water, most of whom have mangroves, but not all. So then if we're looking at those specific people, I'm sort of torn here, right? You know, no, I don't want additional wave action. But at the same time, I'm a realtor. We're the largest property advocates rights group in the world, and we're talking about individual private property owners' ability to protect their own property. If your property is eroding away into the bay or into the river, well, yeah, you should be able to protect your property. You have property rights. And valid point by the engineer. You don't necessarily have to build a seawall. You could go. You could, as he said, armor it was his terminology, and you could do riprap. And I like riprap. I prefer riprap. It drastically reduces wave action, and by wave action we mean seawalls repelling waves directly back out into the bay. So yes, I do like that. But people have the right. We're talking about small individual property owners, and they have the right to protect their property. This is a concern to me from a property rights standpoint. And as far as the consultant goes, yeah, we hired the consultant. They were hired to give their opinion. They were not hired to do the job for us.
Nope.
Ultimately, it's still our responsibility. We're the decision makers here. So yeah, I don't have an issue with going against it. consultant now and again. Anyway, that's where I am for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call the question.
Second.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, I have one question for staff.
Yes,
Sorry, question has been
The
called.
question's
Same
been called,
question,
I'll
the same
call back to
question
you.
I asked before. I'm not sure it was answered.
I don't know, I'll have to ask my attorney if this is
I
allowable.
know, is that
after,
acceptable to go
call
before
the
when the
question.
question's been called? Madam Attorney?
Yes.
Okay, go
I'm not
ahead.
deliberating.
All right.
Nicole, policy 4.4.4.4 refers to fill materials and seawalls. You read that, it's a long policy, so it's hard for me to read it quickly. Is that okay to leave in light of this latest discussion?
For the record, 4.4.4.4 says require new development and redevelopment to employ site development techniques that reduce flood losses and claims made under flood insurance policies, including structural and non-structural site development techniques such as grading of real property and fill materials added to the real property, or use of appropriate materials such as seawalls and revetments to withstand inundation, minimizing flood damage to structures through flood-proofing techniques and strategies.
Does that answer your question?
Or do we have to take out reference to fill materials and seawalls, because we just had a discussion on that?
Correct. We either need to revise the language in 4444 or strike it as well to be consistent with Commissioner Cruz's motion.
Well, Madam Attorney, I'm going to go ahead with the question being called and take the vote.
Okay, yes.
Okay, the question has been called by Commissioner Cruz, Commissioner Bellamy, second by Commissioner Cruz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hallelujah. It's just the
Call
question.
the question.
Okay? All right, so it is approved unanimously. All right, so now we're having a question about if something else needs to be removed. Is that
Going
correct?
to amend my motion to meet the intent of my motion.
And what is
Honest
that?
question. All right, well, then I'd like to amend my motion to exclude policies 4.4.4.2, 4.4.4.3, and 4.4.4.4 for transmittal.
Okay.
Do you accept that as a second?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, yes, thank you. All right, the motion has been amended. Madam Clerk, did you get that motion? All right, we're going to go ahead then and vote. All in favor of the motion by Commissioner Cruz, second by Commissioner Serbia, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
It is approved 6-1 with Commissioner Satcher being the nay. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess and be back. Thank you. That takes over.
Which map?
All right, the meeting is now back in session. We're going to go with item number 1. Lisa, would you like to introduce it, please?
Yes. Item number 1 is PA 2102, ordinance number 2126. This is a county-initiated comprehensive plan amendment for the creation of a property rights element pursuant to state statute. This is a legislative item, and the request today is for adoption. So this is the adoption hearing of an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan by adding element 13, property rights element, adding goals, objectives, policies pursuant to section 163.3177 Florida statute. So since this came before the board for transmittal, it went to the state DEO, the Department of Economic Opportunity, had one comment. We made that revision, so that's reflected in your package today.
All right, this is legislative, not quasi, so we'll move right along. I do not have any commissioners on the board. I'm assuming that that's going to let me open to public comment. Didn't expect that so quickly.
Madam Chair, I could make one comment.
Yes,
I
ma'am?
just wanted to clarify, so since you saw this the last time, one change had been made to it, because the Department of Economic Opportunity had objection and said you should follow the statute verbatim. You have a choice, follow verbatim or do something else that's difficult to figure out what they mean. So we were following verbatim, so all that change is, and I just want to make sure it's in the record and that the board's fully informed once I get to the page. Policy 13.1.1.1 now reads, judicially acknowledge property rights. The following shall be considered in all local decision-making. Before it said in all, land use decision-making relating to comp plan, but the statute says all, so we put all, and I don't see a big legal issue with it, but that's the only change that's been made, and that's only because due to objection.
Before I open to public comment, Lisa, is there any more of a presentation that you'd like to give on this, or just move forward?
No, ma'am, that's it.
Okay. I'll go ahead and open to public comment. I have several cards here. The first one is Mark Vandery.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Vandery. Good to see everybody refreshed after that break. This won't be long. I just wanted to make a few comments about property rights in the state of Florida and what you're about to do here. I believe that the county, our county, has been going head over heels the wrong way in addressing property rights. Now, I am a landowner. I've owned property here in the county for over 20 years. I grew up in Sarasota. Been here for a long time. And I've seen the zoning change over the years to where, you could put a trailer and a pig farm next to a public school. Right next to a church, you could have a brothel. I mean, anything went. It was pretty crazy, and that had to tighten up a little bit. And I am a believer in property rights, but I also believe that there are limits to my rights. When my rights infringe upon my neighbor's rights, or when my rights of my property infringe upon the natural order that surrounds me, which affects the critters and the balance of nature, there has to be some safeguards to prevent property rights from going overboard and having a negative effect. The earlier discussion about the perils on the coastline, flooding, the discussion, Commissioner Van Osterbridge talked about the seawalls. And yeah, okay, I used to have property had a seawall. I got rid of it, put riprap up. Okay, my property was eroding. It was going into the bay. But I saw that the seawall, when it reflected the waves, it was tearing up the oyster beds. It was killing it. And I did lose some property with the riprap, but it was really, really worth it. It was worth it to me that my property rights were not killing the bay and the oysters that the fishermen were relying on for their livelihood. It was not turning it into a cesspool. And I think we need to be mindful of overextending certain property rights to the detriment of others and our nature. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have one other on this item, the first item, and it's Jay Taylor.
You put me on the wrong one.
No, you put number 1 on there, but
You told me, I'm sorry.
you want number 2?
Yes.
I knew it had to be.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak on item number 1? I'm going to get to that in a minute. Yes, Mr. Piper, come on down. State your name. You'll have 3 minutes. I almost said 5.
Ken Piper, Manatee County resident. I must be thoroughly confused because I've been in several of these comprehensive amendment proceedings now, and I don't know where you guys are coming up with the procedure at, but I thought it was supposed to be under Florida Statute 163.3181, which involves public participation in the comprehensive planning process. It is the intent of the legislature that the public participate in the comprehensive planning process to the fullest extent possible. Towards this end, the local planning agencies and local government units are directed to adopt procedures designed to provide effective public participation in the comprehensive planning process and to provide real property owners with notice of all official actions which will regulate the use of their property. The second paragraph there says that during consideration of the proposed plan or amendments thereto by the local planning agency or by the local governing body, the procedure shall provide for broad dissemination of the proposals and alternatives, opportunities for written comments, public hearings as provided herein, provisions for open discussion, communication programs, information services, and consideration of and response to public comments. And I don't know what we're doing here today, but it's anything but what's described in there. And that involves all 3 of the proposals.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public before I go to the telephone? State your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you again, Commissioners. To back up a little bit about what Mr. Piper said, I think one of the things that we have, that I've mentioned before, and that we could see as evidenced by the attendance at this meeting, we do have rights and responsibilities as citizens to participate in our local government. And, you know, we're looking at each of you representing 70 to 90,000 residents. And when we have these issues with land development, I'll wait. When we have these issues with land development, I think that we have to work a little bit harder at encouraging the public participation and disseminating the information out there to the public, because it's not really anything to be that proud of. If we have these meetings, we have land use meetings, and you have the degree of participation, I'll wait again.
I would suggest you move on.
I
Your
can
time
move
is
on,
being
but I
eaten up.
believe it gives to give 3 minutes of undivided attention here. That would be respectful. Now, we need more public participation to give ourselves an opportunity to understand the process and the system, to make your jobs easier, to help us help you. And it is nothing to be proud of to sit here and have a meeting when you do not have public comment, when you have as few people that could show up and stand here for 3 minutes of your undivided attention to get our points across. And I think that is very, very important in many of the things that we have under consideration today. And without having that oversight, without having that participation, without having that education, what are you really representing if you don't know? So, let's work a little bit harder on getting that participation from the public, the education in the public, so that you could make more informed decisions to be representative of the public. Because we have approached development at so rapid a pace that no one can keep up. And that doesn't make for the ability to govern well or the ability to be governed well. So in everything that we do, when we consider land use issues, remember the pace at which we are going and that we are moving out of the era of growth and into managed growth. And that needs to be a mindset that I think we all could work together a little bit better on. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public like to come forward? Any phone calls, ma'am?
We do have one caller. Caller 380, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. Garrett Ramey. How y'all doing today? Okay, so I was hoping to comment on that seawall, but I guess that you opened comment prior to me chiming in. I'm hearing a lot of conversation here from all the commissioners about water quality and property rights, and yet we're not seeing any of that representation whatsoever. We just hear the talk. Now, I don't think I've given Commissioner Serva enough credit because today, I mean, she was pretty much in alignment with what's going on, but she's only 3/4 of the way there. Now, what you guys did to me with my property rights with Mosaic and the phosphate mining and what you did to all the residents out here, I mean, you want to talk about property rights? No regulatory taking for this industry, no oversight, and this is the kind of problems that we continuously run into. Now, Kevin covered, Piper covered quite a bit. And also the first speaker, Mark, about the safeguards. Where are the safeguards? And these are the conversations we should be having before we start discussing moving land here and there. And I also exposed quite a bit of what's going on. And I mean, what are we going to do? It's out in the open now. I mean, are we actually going to address the real issue of the development here and who's in control? Are you going to show us who's in control? Because that's what we need. We're looking for leadership. I mean, Kevin's comments in the last session, it sounded like he was just setting up Bruce a secondary strike on us. And that's concerning because we're not hearing anything about the constituents' concerns. And Misty did cover that today. And even Carol did. But yet she votes the opposite way when it comes to property rights. So the credibility of this board is at stake. And you guys really need to step up to the plate. And we want to help. We want to help. But we can't help you if you're going to be serving the special interest instead of the constituents. So I really hope that we can move forward in a positive direction. There was things that were revealed yesterday, too, that's very concerning with the same names inside the county producing the same issues that we're having. And all we're doing is advancing the agenda for the special interest. And the constituents have been left out. And you've heard what we have to say out here about every issue, the FDAT issue, every issue there is. You know where we're coming from. So, please represent us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other phone calls, ma'am? What is that noise?
Caller 454, please state your name for the record.
Well, can you hear me? My name is Charlene Gao, and I'm a resident of West Bennington. And I wanted to talk about the issues that Carol Phelps and Mr. Pfeiffer and the others have brought up about the property rights. I mean, I feel like we're having a discussion, and oftentimes the discussion around development is far too rushed and not really done in a way that's very thoughtful or deliberative and considering the longer term benefits and costs to Manatee County and its residents. I appreciate Commissioner Servia's very informed and passionate defense of Manatee County as a whole, especially with regard to the seawalls and the fill. And I'm really concerned about the environmental impact of seawalls and the fill and the potential to harm sensitive ecological species and the disruption to our waters. I'm concerned that if we put up seawalls, that if we have Carenia brevis getting worse, the red tide. I haven't heard any discussion about that, and I appreciate that these questions are being discussed. But on the issue of property rights, again, yes, we have rights, but there's also responsibilities, and I feel like we're not putting much thought into the future as to what those obligations are going to be, because we have like the building that fell on Surfside. The owners who are the current owners of those condos had no idea what the cost would be in real time as to what happened when the building actually ended up falling. And current owners right now, they'll buy at a certain market price, but when things go south in the future owner then may have no idea what they have bought into and won't have the money set aside to take care of these things. So these costs and these projections have to be made in a way that's more useful and more thoughtful and more deliberative. And I really hope that we would take a much greater account of the conditions as we go along. And that's my comment. Thank you.
And caller,
Thank
will you
you.
please state your name for the record again?
It's Charlene Gao,
Thank you.
What? Dell. Okay. Thank you.
KOW.
Any other phone calls, ma'am? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I have a couple of commissioners on the board. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I understand it, this is just a reflection of what is already required by law at the state of Florida. It just brings that law into our comprehensive plan because the state of Florida has asked us to do it. It's not anything new. And private property rights are very important. It protects people who own property from preserving the value of it. I mean, that is very, very important. And another thing that's really important is having public participation. And to Mark Vandery, if I said that correctly, I love what you said because, do no harm. Yes, enjoy your private property rights, but do no harm, and you talked about the oyster beds. And boy, if we all felt that way, it would be just a wonderful world, wouldn't it? And that's why we have some government regulations. So some people say, oh, it's government overreach. You shouldn't be restricting our property at all. Well, the only restrictions that I'm ever in favor in is to protect everyone the same, not to overregulate, not to create rules for rules' sakes. Goodness, I hate that. I can't stand bureaucracy. I want small government, but I only want to regulate where necessary to protect everyone. So thank you, Mark, for saying that. Ken and Carol Feltz, public participation, absolutely. Chapter 163 requires it. We're doing it. This is it right here. This is public participation. The local planning agency is the Planning Commission in Manatee County. We did the same thing there. And I've done everything but jump up and down at the street corner to encourage public participation. I do it constantly. I developed the Citizens Coalition on Growth so I can get my community involved in what local government's doing. So I love public participation. I will continue to encourage it. Thank you for being here and being a part of it. I would like to make a motion to approve PA 21-02/ordinance 21-26 as contained in the agenda packet.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Bellamy. However, I do have two commissioners on the board. Commissioner Whitmore?
I just want to address Mr. Ramey from his comments regarding Mosaic. As we all know, this has been, this was approved in the 60s. They've had their property rights to mine since the 60s. And we have the strictest mining ordinance in the country from what I've been told. And we actually pay to have somebody to monitor to make sure everything's in compliance. Also, somebody said, and I'm going to agree with Misty, this is a public hearing. Planning Commission had one. You can call in. The only thing, the reason why the other one took so long is because a couple things were added since we'd all seen it. So that's probably why that one took so long. And when I approve things, Mr. Ramey, and I think it was Mr. Ramey, but I'm looking at that's not one person. I mean, y'all can come to your conclusions, but it's for all future development. So you got to make sure you're fair, and you have to listen to everything to make that decision. It's not for one developer. Whatever we approve in the future is going to be for all developers, whoever they are. So that's, and I'm sure that's how the board, that's how we all work. You all may think it's one developer. It's all developers. It's all small homeowners that want to do stuff. It's for everyone. That's all.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Ramey, he said that Mosaic was totally unregulated, and that's
Not
completely
true.
untrue. It's probably the most regulated industry in Manatee County.
It is.
To Mr. Piper, his comments that about transparency and open government, if any of what he said were true, he wouldn't have known about today's meeting, he wouldn't be allowed in today's meeting, and he wouldn't be allowed to speak at today's meeting. So virtually everything he said is untrue. And then Commissioner Servia mentioned treating each property owner fairly, but yet we are, if we're banning seawalls entirely, we are treating people differently. And I'm not necessarily advocating for seawalls either. I'm just saying that if you have a property owner that's allowed to have a seawall to protect their property from erosion, but then you're going to tell the next person that, the person that I ran against to get this seat had a seawall at his house and was for banning other people from having the same seawall that he had. And I took issue with that because you are treating other people differently. You literally are. This property is preferenced over another property by the government.
May I dialogue with him, Madam Chair? So, look, I will tell you, back in the 1950s, when a lot of these seawalls were built, people didn't know what they were doing. When the mosquito ditches were dug in the state of Florida, people didn't know what they were doing. Okay? So when we learn more, when we know better, we do better. Right, Reggie?
That's me.
When we know better, we do better. So everyone has a right to use their property, and that doesn't change if you have a seawall or not. I thought we were past the seawall conversation, but
you brought it up, so we're obviously not.
But
So-
I'm just saying they still have a right to use their property.
But they have a right to protect their property.
Yes, they do. It can still be protected.
Come back on
Mangroves,
this project that
riprap.
we're talking about right
Oh,
now, please.
I didn't bring
Thank
it
you, Madam
up.
Chair.
I'm just
You
responding.
absolutely brought it up. I was replying to
I
your
didn't bring up
comments.
seawalls again. No, sir.
Brought up equal protection of property.
That's correct. I'll always advocate for that.
Politics is wonderful. Commissioner Servia, did you finish, or do you have something else to add? You're on the board, but you're not next. I'm sorry. Commissioner
No.
Satcher, I didn't know whether to take you off.
I only pressed my button to make the motion. I already did.
Okay,
And I
thank
was
you.
only dialoguing with KVO.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at this, the policy under Exhibit A. That kind of has the meat of this. And number 2, it says, so the right of a property owner to use, maintain, develop, and improve his or her property for personal use or for the use of any other person, subject to state law and local ordinances. So when the legislators asked each county to add a property rights consideration into their plan, because this has been said by one of the previous commissioners that basically this does nothing. And then the sentence that I just read sounds great as far as, okay, this is going to give people more, property rights, authority to do what they want or need or see necessary on their property until you get to the end, subject to state law and local ordinances, which means, once again, this doesn't do anything, doesn't change anything. And so I guess my question maybe for Ms. Shank was do you think that was the purpose or the point of the state legislature? Were they just trying to say, oh, let's make sure this is written somewhere else too? Or were they actually intending for us to codify and give people more autonomy over their own property?
Well, the way the text is written, it's consistent with case law, constitutional case law. So it's not exceeding what the case law already gives the property owners, and we can't exceed what the courts already gave property owners. What it does do is by locating in the comprehensive plan, there is a cause of action to be challenged for acting inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So let's say the county denied a development approval. It's not inconceivable that the applicant who has project denied could challenge it being inconsistent with this element. It just raises it to importance of being in the comp plan. So I think it does create some legal issues that may lead to future litigation. We'll see what the courts say about that. If the courts say it's nothing, or the courts say, oh, hey, wait a minute, it's elevated to a higher level.
But it sounds like it very well could increase people's,
It's at a higher
property
level.
rights because it's here.
Yes.
So it does change things.
Yes.
Hopefully, it will change things. Well, then I'm all for it.
All right, that being said, I have no other commissioners on the board. We have a motion by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Bellamy for approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It is approved unanimously. Moving right along. We're on a roll. Right along, yeah. I love politics. Okay, item number 2. Lisa.
Item number 2 is Plan Amendment PA 20-16, Ordinance 21-12, Lakewood Ranch Communities LLC Northeast Expansion Text Amendment. This is a privately initiated text amendment. This too is legislative. This is also for the adoption hearing of a privately initiated text amendment to amend element 2, future land use element, to amend policy 2.1.2.2. Objective 2.1.2, geographic extent of the future development to allow an exception for limiting urban sprawl for lands adjacent to the future development area boundary, also known as the FDAB. Adding new policy 2.1.2.8 to permit development east of the FDAB meeting specific criteria. Amending policy 2.10.1.4 to allow lands pursuant to new policy 2.1.2.8 that meet specific locational criteria or have future land use category that allows commercial square footage, the option of reallocating commercial square footage internally within neighborhoods. Amending public facilities at element 9 by adding new policy 9.2.1.5, requiring all wastewater from development permitted pursuant to new policy 2.1.2.8 be collected and treated through Manatee County's public sanitary sewer system, and amending policy 9.6.1.1 to require new development within the potable water service area and development permitted pursuant to new policy 2.1.2.8 to connect to the county potable water system when water supply and services are reasonably available. And we do have the revised language in your update memo. The only thing that is different is the whereas clause, and the applicant can discuss that change. For the applicant, we have Caleb Grimes.
We just 1 10-minute, not several 10 minutes. Just 1 10 minutes.
No, there's 2. Sorry, go ahead, Caleb. Having a
Okay,
little
thank you.
technical difficulty up here.
Thank you. I am Caleb Grimes. Pleasure to be here. I am with the law firm of Grimes Galvano, and I'm here representing Lakewood Ranch Communities, LLC, or LWC, LLC. We have Mr. Tony Schiavalo with us, who is out here from that company. And before I get started, I do want to just thank your staff for the hard work on this and working on putting all of this together and bringing it to you, especially Lisa Wenzel and Bobby Roy, who worked hard to make sure that all of the things that y'all have been talking a little bit about, like advertising and getting it all done right to be here, were completed. And I want to thank Kyle Grimes and Katie Labar, who worked hard at putting all this together as well. Because this is the adoption hearing, and you've heard this all before, I'm not going to be lengthy, but I do want to go over a couple of things. This came about at the request of Lakewood Ranch, the developers of Lakewood Ranch. And as you know, Lakewood Ranch has become the #1 mixed community in the country. It's pretty impressive, and that has been due in great part to its wonderful planning, including planning for and construction of a diverse development of residential and non-residential, with the construction of schools, parks, churches, roads, utilities, fire stations, trails, everything one would want in a community, and it's reflected in its reputation. And the county has been instrumental in helping to make this happen through your rules and regulations and going through the processes. But Lakewood Ranch is nearing its build-out, yet it still has a lot of infrastructure and capacity in its infrastructure that would allow future development of residential. And frankly, it seems a shame to let that go to waste. You know, one of the things we always say is, let's try to direct development where we have infrastructure that can take care of it, where we have put those things in place. And so the proposal you have here today is to amend the comprehensive plan, the text of the comprehensive plan, that will allow an additional exception to the prohibition of developing east of the future development area boundary. But it is with a lot of specific criteria to assure that it is and remains smart growth and is done in a way to protect the citizens of this county and to protect the county itself and its infrastructure and not run to costs that are not taken care of. So the proposal is a text amendment that would allow you, the commissioners, to review whether or not a property east of that FDAB line, whether or not it should be expanded, whether or not the infrastructure is set up in a way that it makes sense, and whether or not this should be done. And our request was specific to a site that was adjacent to Lakewood Ranch, though it was not intended to be exclusive of others. But it does include and continues to include that it must be an extension of current development. We're not talking about leapfrogging. We're saying where we have development in place of a suburban type nature, that's where you might want to extend. And more importantly, it must come back before you. Whatever we want to use this text amendment, it must come back before you for a comprehensive plan land use change. That is a legislative action on your behalf. It gives you the broadest discretion to decide whether the property makes sense or not. And along with it, excuse me, it has to, the developer has to supply the needed infrastructure for that development and prove it to you. They have to prove it to you that they can do it and will do it with a local development agreement. And so those are the things that are very important to this, that allows you to look at it. This does not allow development, it allows someone to come and talk to you about whether or not it makes sense. So we did our transmittal several months ago, and we talked about this. We had a lot of comments there. We got our comments back from the DEO, the state, and there's no issues there. And now we're at the adoption, and that's why we're here today, is for the adoption. Well, two main questions or concerns, in my mind, were raised at the transmittal hearing. And we promised you at that transmittal hearing we would address those, we would talk to people in the public, we would come back to you with some things on that. One was that it was raised that, and this is kind of what I've been hearing about some other things today, which is interesting, the exception was too exclusive. It seemed to only fit Lakewood Ranch. And so we have been working at language, which we have submitted and is before you today, that basically relaxes that to allow others to more readily use it, but they still have to prove up that it makes sense and do the comprehensive plan change and that they'll cover the infrastructure. But it is something that will expand it, relaxing some of the provisions that were in there that seem to be specific to Lakewood Ranch. The second issue was, can a tract next to one so approved qualify to apply for the exception? And so we are proposing language to clarify that we will give this board the discretion to determine whether or not a piece next to a piece makes sense. You look up north, there's a lot of places that it makes perfect sense the way the roads line up and the way the ownership is. And once again, that language requires anyone to still come back before you to prove it up with a comprehensive land use designation change. And so this language has been submitted to the board. It is in your package. I'm not going to go over all the language with you right now, but it accomplishes what I said while saving those items of it that we thought were very important. So I think we've addressed those concerns, and we ask that you approve the text amendment to the comprehensive plan. And I want to make sure that what we're asking you to approve is the revised language that was attached to the proposed ordinance that is in your plan. There was one minor change to it to just clarify the issue on number 2. So we ask that you approve that. And again, I don't know how many times I can say it, this does not approve development beyond the line. It approves an exception that can be brought before you, and it has to be done in a way with a planned development where you can look at buffers, you can look at roads, you can look at setbacks, you can look at density, you can look at all of those things to assure that it makes sense. Basically, this is smart growth. This is encouraging smart growth. It's encouraging that infrastructure is available, that we're doing things that make sense. And so with that in mind, I'm going to finish my presentation, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nothing else, Caleb, to add at this point?
No, I'm good.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Caleb, for that explanation. And so here's what I really love about this amendment. This amendment creates no risk to the public at large. This is, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a form-based code. 20 years ago, we didn't know what a form-based code was, or maybe 25 years ago. We didn't know what that was. And we decided, hey, if we could just take the uncertainty out of development and say, if you do A, B, C, D, and E, then it will be appropriate. And so that's kind of what form-based codes do, right? So when you look at a comp plan or a rezone, some of the things we have to look at is the timing appropriate? Is it a logical expansion of the zoning? Is it going to interfere with any planned infrastructure improvements? Is there infrastructure? Is it smart and sustainable? You just, by crafting this, what you did is you kind of took all of that thought process out of the equation. It's already been done, because if you don't check off those boxes, you can't even apply. And then there's still an extra layer of public involvement through the rezone. So that's why I really like this, and I really love the way it's been refined through the process. I think it's gotten better and better. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Caleb, I just wanted you to confirm or not, from when Lakewood Ranch was built, I remember it was dirt road at one time when I used to drive up to it. You had to stop. You couldn't go all the way through to 70. They tapped into the infrastructure west of that property, correct? Lakewood Ranch?
Lakewood Ranch, in its development, has, I guess tapped into is as good a word as any, but has one that has expanded the infrastructure to Lakewood Ranch to connect into the county's system. Lakewood Ranch is all part of how we require all development today to, virtually all development, to tap into the county system. They're tapped into the southeast plant.
Right.
They're tapped into the water, coming from the dam that is right north of them. And they connected their road systems and built, I suspect Schrader-Mantee has built more roads in this county than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done all of that, connecting to the system to the west, yes.
Right. And then, so when this came before us before, the reason why I supported it the first time is because you're more or less doing the same thing. You still got the infrastructure, and you aren't leapfrogging, as you said. Now, the Lindsay property, I know that the farmers in that area are actually talking to the Lindsays about that master water treatment plant and possibly working out something in the future where they can tie in, which is probably would have been good if they had something when they came before us, but that's beside the point. So, but that's that's another issue. That's 7 miles out from our FSTAD. But what I'm trying to say is, the reason why I supported this is because you have the infrastructure, kind of like when Lakewood Ranch was built at first. And now you've got another piece of property that I'm assuming must be adjacent with the same issue or the same circumstance that you are bringing before us today, correct? That it's going to tie into our infrastructure, our water, sewer?
Yes, if you look at the language,
Ranch?
the comp plan change language, it requires that it be served by potable water, utilities, roads that connect to the Manatee County system, but done at the expense of the developer bringing it in.
Okay, and again, this is, to me, this is more appetizing, not really more appetizing, but it makes sense because you aren't having to go through all the hoops and I probably, this is what we were hoping when we eventually move the urban line, that we will actually do that. So this is kind of doing that in your area. So I appreciate it, and if other properties want to be able to do this, they'll be able to as long as they follow the same guidelines as you are.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't have any other commissioners on the board. Waiting on you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you for being here, Caleb. When this came before us originally, I was against it. I was outvoted, but I was against it. And this is not the exact same thing, but similar. So I had two concerns, if I remember. One was that it didn't feel like it was fair. I felt like it was playing favorites because there was only one property that qualified because of the way it was written. I understand that the intent of staff was they were trying not to open a Pandora's box, so they were, trying to say, okay, let's make it where it's just one, because there were a lot of, we drive in, Lakewood Ranch. If you go visit, if I take my daughter to cheer practice, the roads are really great, and I really care about good roads. But if I remember right, the other concern I had, and it's okay if the answer is no, this doesn't address it, or if it does. I don't think it does. And the other one was that, were we incentivizing someone to take a huge chunk of land really far east and then buy a little bitty strip of land that could connect them to the FDAB, and therefore kind of just not really go with the intent of our plan, or where we're not ready to be developing. So would your answer, I guess, would include that if that were to happen, they'd have to come before us so we could vote it down at that time and say, or what would your answer be to that? And it's okay if, I got voted down last time anyway with both of those objections. One of them has been addressed. So I thought it's fair to bring up those points.
Commissioner Satcher, I believe it's generally covered in here with the language on how you have to be adjacent to and have the connections in a way that it is a logical expansion of the development next to it, the suburban development next to it. And if you had something was long and then like that, I don't believe that would qualify. And not only that, as I said, we made it very clear that if that person wanted to come in, they have to get a legislative approval of you, not a quasi-judicial, a legislative approval of you to change the comprehensive plan. And I would believe that this commission would see through that.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Cruz.
Caleb, you can just step there for 1 second. This is more clarification, I think, in part, just so everyone understands kind of what we're discussing. If this is approved, this does nothing. There's no shovel going in the ground. All this is doing is hypothetically saying, in theory, somebody can come back, run through the process for a comp plan to get it changed potentially to UF3 as a max, and then upon rezone, come back with a site plan and say, okay, now I want to build. So this is the first step in a multi-stage process. Each one has to be presented to this board or some semblance of this board, depending on the year it comes back. to even get to a stage of being able to develop. So each step of that way is going to have an independent approval and review of the public, correct?
That is correct. I do envision that some of those coming at the same time, but each and every one would have to be reviewed and have the normal
Understood.
state of affairs.
Understood. I just, like I said, so it's
That's
correct.
correct.
Second, this has nothing to do with the FDAP other than the fact that the border of this discussion, we're not moving this FDAP line in any way, shape, or form. There's no, the county's not picking up any tab on this relative to infrastructure, utilities, or otherwise. The line's still going to be Bourne-side, at least south of the lake, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And if I could emphasize what you're saying, is that one of the reasons we provided it as an exception where you only get to use it if the developer bears the cost of the infrastructure that's needed and have the ability to connect to it and connect to roads and so forth, was that if you move the FDAB line, you're in essence, in my mind, saying, we, the county, are saying this is the development area that we will serve.
Agreed. And
So I'm just trying to emphasize what you said.
no, I know, just because Sarasota did that, they actually just moved, they moved their line, and now they're on the hook for it. And this isn't going to be one of these, well, you approved our project, and then prior to us getting the infrastructure and so forth, now you've leapfrogged us, now you build us our roads. You're not intending for us to move this line, and we're not implying by any discussion here today that we intend to move this line.
Correct.
Okay. And the last thing, you talk about the developer being on the hook to pay for utilities and infrastructure. Your intention of how that's interpreted is the actual developer with actual developer dollars from a bank are going to pay for this and not come back to us for impact fee credits associated. When you mean you're going to build it, you don't mean you're going to use your bulldozer, you mean you're going to use your dollars.
It says in here at the cost of development.
Okay, just clarifying that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And just to make sure, if for example, it's in here, it's very clear, if it required expanding a line back to the plant, that's part of what would have to be done by the developer. We worked with your staff, with the folks with the water. It said, hey, if you need a new water tower to get your pressure, that's yours. And so that's how it is structured.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any other commissioners on the board. I'm going to go ahead and open this to public comment. I have several cards. First one is Jay Taylor. Second will be Carol Phelps. You both come up to the podium, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jay Taylor. I appreciate all of this you've gone through. Caleb, pretty much y'all's good questions and Caleb's answers kind of took away what I was going to say, so I'll be very short. But two things basically. One, the process for an outsider like myself to watch has been very interesting. And it's become obvious through all the discussion thus far even, how busy we have all been since we were last here for the transmittal meeting. I mean, there's been a lot of refinement in Commissioner Servia's vernacular and a lot of work done. I've had the opportunity, thanks to Commissioner Bellamy, to sit down with the folks, most of the board of the power organization out in East County and visit with them at length, and very friendly, we can agree to disagree on some things, and that's the way that things should work today, more today. Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy, for setting that up. That wasn't the end of it. I've continually, all summer, had conversations either by phone or text with the president of that organization, and again, we agree to disagree on a lot of things, but we have some agreement. And there are things in the future that I would like to help them with. There are parts of this county that are near and dear to me, and I would like to help them in the future to do some of those things. I think an overlay district out around Mayaca City would be a wonderful thing, and we need to look at it. What is this whole deal, really? It's like, I like it to look at it like it's a relief valve. We're not in a position where we want to move the FDAP. A lot, like Commissioner Cruz said, there's a lot that comes with that, and Sarasota is suffering from that today, right? This is, I think, a wise way to give us a relief valve in certain areas with certain specific attributes that the market is demanding that we go a little further. This gives the county, the developers, the potential residents, all an answer out there for where they want to live. I thank you very much. And while I'm up here, in my house, I'm riprap and mangroves, so.
Good. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you all.
Carol Feltz, and then Elizabeth Arnold.
Mr. Taylor, I certainly appreciate the dialogue that has taken place, but I want to make a point here when we're talking about public involvement, and I'll wait.
Well, sorry, Carol,
Phelps,
but
my
you just
advocate.
handed
I'm
us this,
just
so we
going
need to
on.
look
I'll be
at it.
ready.
Wait a minute, Carol.
I'm good.
You got the same people. The problem is that I have several that have come up here for 10 minutes, but there's the same names on all of them.
Different subjects.
So that's the issue that I'm trying to
Different
clear up.
subjects.
I'm just looking at which comp plan amendment it is. This is the property rights amendment. This doesn't apply to this.
The other papers, the two papers got mixed up. but
Okay,
it's the
so
same
you
thing.
have 3
3
minutes. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's Northeast expansion. That's Vandery, Mr. Vandery.
That's Mr. Vandery. Okay, you'll have 3 minutes, Carol.
Okay, I'll make it very quick then. Okay, you cannot ignore, no matter how we're blowing this off of it, it's not this, it's not that, it's not whatever. Number one, we have 400,000 residents in this county, 276,000 registered voters. And you know what? None of them know who you are, what you do, or what district they live in. But you know what? Those people, when you first started this thing up about the FDAB move, you did have a lot of people in there. And you know what? Our resounding voice was no. Look at the documents and all this. Whatever, it's just a transmittal. It's just a letter. It's just a this. You have listened to the people. We've had town halls. Was there not any one incident where we had, I think George was at 3 town halls? 3. Okay, we had a work session on it. Not one person from the public stood up and said, hey, this is a great idea. And all due respect to Mr. Taylor and everybody else, but boy, we've got a whole lot of other things going on in this county that dealing with anything with this FDAB right now is absolutely ridiculous. And as I said before, when you have a building and development department that is under investigation, please stop ignoring the elephant in the room. We've already been subjected to issues you know darn well with the medieval fair out there. Just stop and think and look at all those signatures. Look at all the people that came to the meetings. And you know, Myakka is it's not parish. There's a lot of area out there. The next insult to this, when you know how the public feels about this, and you know that you haven't gotten out there and let 276,000 people know what you're doing, how you're doing it, and how it's done. You know that. And we're changing our districts right now. And if you don't think that we notice that in that redistricting, District 1 and 5 is being separated either by 675 or the FDAB line, it has come to our attention. And I look very much forward to having Mr. Satcher as my commissioner out there, because I will guarantee you that, as I have said, I have lived in this county much longer and been a Florida native much longer than half of you on the board, and Mr. Satcher has not. So I hope that we could get along and we could help him promote his farm boy image. But right now, we have said no to this FDAB. We've said it through power, we've said it through town halls, we've said it through work sessions, and you're looking at a redistricting that has a great bearing on that. So why don't you get your priorities straight, get your redistricting straight, and put this aside for right now. Thank you.
Elizabeth Arnold. And then Ken Piper. I will have to comment on that one myself. State your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Bluetooth. That last time they put a camera on it.
Oh.
Can you, I can start it.
How many voters voted for you?
Cool. Very cool.
I'm trying to figure it out for me.
Good job. Okay, just hit go. Is it working?
Who helped you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. She has a presentation on her iPad.
Yes, it's one I already did before, and it was mailed to Bobby Roy.
I think it's
It's
just
the
pictures
same
that
exact
scroll
one.
through while she talks.
But I have to have it for the record.
She has to have it for the
You
record.
have it in your records already.
No, she can't do it that way. Can Ms. County
Yeah,
Attorney,
it's,
can she? I
it's
don't know
already
if
out
she-
there.
Have to
It's already
give it
out
to the
there.
clerk.
She can email a copy of it out.
If you can
Yeah,
email a copy.
Bob, I have it on email already that it was sent to Bobby Roy from back in the beginning of time.
This
Well,
is
it's a
something the
legislative
county attorney has
hearing.
to.
It's legislative matter, not cause-issue.
Okay.
So we could allow it, but require her to email it to clerk.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
sounds
thank
great.
you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm Elizabeth Arnold. I have a petition against the text amendment with almost 3,000 signatures. I printed them all out. I know there's one on the record, but, you can see there's a whole lot of signatures against this text amendment. It's not so popular. I'm playing a slideshow that shows pictures, mostly from people from Mayaca, during this presentation that they sent to let you know what Mayaca is like and important to them. Unfortunately, I only became aware of this topic on the agenda on Tuesday. And so given today's attendance, it appears that a lot of people just found out because we don't have very many people here. It appears that not very many people caught the November 3rd ad in the newspaper. So I'm sure most of the others will be addressing the issues regarding this development's incompatibility with the surrounding rural issues. But my concerns are more of like, if you amended the text, or if you amended the FDAB and defined the new boundary lines, that would give a real boundary. But the text amendment doesn't provide for any stopping point. So as long as there's contiguous property west of the FDAB, the development could potentially checkerboard its way to the DeSoto County line. Have the staff estimated the cost of the additional expenses, increasing the operating cost capacity of the sewer plants, the water plants, as well as the additional carrying capacity that's required for the surrounding roads not inside the proposed development. I know it sounds lovely to hear the developer promise to pay for sewer pipes, et cetera, but the reality is that only a fraction of the forever cost of operation and the maintenance that will be borne by the taxpayers. In addition, the text amendment is structured so that, for lack of better terms, it creates a monopoly for a very select, elite, wealthy, and politically connected master developers. This is one more case where the wealthy will get richer and the middle class and working class citizens of Manatee will be left to eat crumbs. It will force the smaller builders and their workers to work for the big guys, who will squeeze them so they will barely be able to eke out a sustainable living. The developer and the development-friendly staff have made substantial changes to the original presented text amendment with literally no time or opportunity for the community to review the changes. It appears they've added to the text amendment that they can have commercial establishments within their development. Exactly how is this compatible with a rural environment? It looks like Lakewood Ranch Main Street will be heading for County Road 675 and beyond. Clearly, you all have missed the fact that, or that you missed the fact that the U.S. has serious issues with China and other countries that might wish to do us harm. Are you really supportive of the mindset that allowing more of our farms, where our food comes from, to be turned into suburbs at a time when China's telling its people to buy and store
Thank you,
large
Ms.
quantities
Arnold.
of food?
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Ken
you.
Piper? And then Mark Vandery, and you will have 10 minutes.
Ken Piper, Manatee County resident. I think it's funny. Well, it's not funny if this weren't such a serious subject, but one of the best planned communities in the country comes in here and asks us to permit them to develop property on an ad hoc basis, which is the very reason that we have a comprehensive plan, so we don't have ad hoc development. When I refer to a publication, I'm not trying to advocate Barack Obama's policies. I'm just trying to encourage people to exercise their intellectual abilities and read what I'm referring to. I'm a conservative, and because I'm a conservative, I want to conserve property. Now, according to Mr. Taylor, if you want to conserve property, that's a waste. Well, I don't think he really understands the term waste. The only waste is that he's not going to be allowed to make a whole lot of money. But the rest of us would like to conserve what we have. As a result of this development, I don't want somebody coming in and making me pay even more taxes like what I'm doing with environmental lands because the developers neglected to do what they were supposed to have done in the first place. That's my private property, and it's my right not to have liens placed on it. You know, as a conservative, I'd like to take advantage of a couple of really old-fashioned ideas that have gone out of style with the new generation. I'd like the right to petition my government. I'd like the right to peacefully assemble. I'd like the right to notice. I'd like the right to be heard. Now, Mr. Von Ostenbridge, when you disagree with me, that doesn't mean I'm wrong. That means you disagree with me. And just because I disagree with you doesn't mean that you're wrong. So I don't really appreciate being told that I'm wrong.
Okay, continue on, please, Mr. Piper.
Sure. So that right to conserve government, those are all, or those right to petition your government to be heard, those are all really old-fashioned ideas in the Constitution. And I know you all are very familiar with the Constitution, and you wouldn't want to deprive us of our rights. And I didn't know anything about the original hearings in this. So what does that mean then? That I didn't know about it, so it's perfect that the notice that you guys failed to give was okay?
Thank you, Mr. Piper.
For what?
Oh, you got 5 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, how many seconds did you take away from me?
2.
Huh?
2. You want your 7 seconds? I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
I'm just going to refer back to what I stated before in the previous matter. 163.3181 gives you folks some real detailed items as to what you're supposed to do with the public and how you're supposed to treat the public. And what you've done here today, cutting people off and interrupting them and ignoring them and paying attention to one another rather than paying attention to the speakers,
Madam Chair,
is
he's way over
disgraceful.
his time.
You're done, Mr. Piper. Have a good day. Mark Vandery, you will have 10 minutes, sir. And then after that is Meredith Barcombe. She'll also have 10 minutes.
I'm going to have the overhead. My name is Mark Vandery. I am speaking on behalf of the Waterline Road Preservation Group, and we oppose this text amendment. We hope you will see to not approve this going forward. We don't believe this to be a zero risk. Commissioner Servia thinks it's a good thing, it's smart growth. We don't think it's smart growth. We think it puts an additional burden on our neighborhood and the East County. The law, as we understand it, was the FDAB was not to be built overdeveloped east of. We thought that was the rules. We thought that was the rule till 2040, at which time it would be looked at again. Previous leaders of our community and our county saw fit to establish these rules in the comp plan and LDC. And now we have a developer, a single developer and landowner wanted to make an unrun around the rules, skirt the law, change the law to their liking. That's not what I understand the commissioners to have been in support last, when was it, April or May, when you allowed this to be transmitted. The burden to our community locally on Waterline Road, on this map here, the yellow line that's Waterline Road and Dam Road as it abuts Rye Road on the west and dumps into State Road 64. That red line is the rough eastern extent of the current FDAB. And if you're saying that this text amendment isn't moving that FDAB, then you're just blowing smoke and mirrors and not really listening to yourself. You're being a little bit disingenuous because you are, in fact, allowing development east, whatever you want to call it. It's happening. You're allowing development east of the FDAB line. And that's not supposed to have occurred until after 2040. That's the law, as I understand it. Now, what's going to happen when this area gets developed, that area there is going to be a whole lot of people, a whole lot of traffic, a whole lot more roadkill, more light pollution, more water pollution. You're in the watershed for the reservoir. Where are those people going to go? Where are they going to go to school? Where do the buses go right now? Well, they're going to take a shortcut. They're not going to go down State Road 64. You've got obstacles. I think there's like 3 or 4 roundabouts there now. Those are either existing roundabouts or roundabouts to be in the near future. Okay? The shortcut is going to be down Dam Road and Waterline Road. That way. That little road is a 2-lane country road. I know the planners and your engineers are calling it a urban collector. That's baloney. It's not there yet. Maybe someday it will be. There's no sidewalks, there's no bike lanes. It's got big, deep ditches on both sides. They're always full of water because the drainage is terrible there because of a lot of different reasons. There's areas, large sections of that road, more than 2 miles long. It's not even 20 feet wide. That's substandard, completely substandard. There's a terrible S-curve in that road. I see the school buses taking that shortcut to avoid traffic because they got to get up to the schools in Parish. They're zigzagging down that S-curve, okay? In 2005, in 2010, 2013, 2015, we came before the board and let you know that the blood will be on your hands for every fatality that occurs on that substandard road because people are taking shortcuts. Now, you've already approved a development of over 1,000 homes that are going to dump their resident cars onto Waterline Road, right here. Those 2 areas, there's 1,000 homes collectively going in there. It's a lot of homes. Some of that land is being clear cut. Clear cut. There's some nice old forest, old growth in there. They're being clear cut. Why? Because that's easy for developers to do. That's what the developers do. They get the fines in their budget. They're going to kill gopher tortoise. They're going to kill fox squirrels. They don't care. They pay the fine because they got the budget for it. It's only a couple $100 a head. Instead of relocating it, instead of preserving the old trees, they cut it, clear cut it. Pay the fine. That's part of their operating expenses. It's not a big deal for them. It's terrible, but it's not a big deal. Allowing development past this FDAB in this text amendment, it's not consistent. It's not the right time. It's going to promote the loss of habitat, more clear cutting. There's going to be more light pollution, more noise, more air pollution, more roadkill. You're going to continue to overtax the water resources. I know Commissioner Cruz, you seem to think we got a lot of water. We don't. If we ever have a serious drought like we did 10, 15 years ago, we're screwed. We're all screwed. We still have water restrictions. Why are you saying we have plenty of water when we have water restrictions countywide and all down in Sarasota County too? I wish the developers and the citizens and the board would understand that sometimes less is more. Okay? The Far East philosophy and theology is if you have a bowl, it's the empty space in that bowl that gives the bowl its value. Okay? For Manatee County, it is the beautiful natural Florida land in East County, the farms, the animals, nature, children being able to look at the sky at night and see the stars. That's what gives Manatee County its value. You say you're short on housing. Everybody wants to move here. Yeah, because the county has value right now. If you keep expanding and skirting the laws and burying the laws and allowing this overdevelopment, it's not going to be a beautiful county. It's going to lose its value. You're going to have houses of ticky-tacky. You're going to have fake invasive species roaming everywhere. You're going to build a community, a retirement community of people just want to swing their golf clubs waiting to die. And when they die, the land's paved over. It's gone. You won't get it back. It's gone. And it's going to become a blight. Not in 10 years, maybe not in 2 generations, but it's going to happen, and it won't be pretty. Your grandchildren will have to go to museums to see the stuffed animals that have become extinct. Look at what happened just in the Everglades last month. They declared the ivory-billed woodpecker an extinct species. It used to thrive in the Everglades. What happened? Miami, Fort Lauderdale, drain the swamp. That didn't work out so well. And we learned from that. I hope we learned from that. There's a book about Florida, A Land Remembered, Patrick Smith. You've probably heard this. But there's a quote in there that it's not just the swamp, it's God you are killing. He put the land here for all of us, creatures to enjoy, and you are destroying it. When you destroy the land, you are destroying God. I feel deeply that way.
Thank you, Mr. Burndy. Thank you very much. Meredith Barcombe, you'll have 10 minutes. Oh, of course. State your name, darling. You'll have 10 minutes, please.
Meredith Barkham. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here representing Power, preserve our wildlife, environment, and resources. I want to go over a couple things before I really get into the meat here. Contiguous, right? Sharing common boundaries, right? It's continuing. So for those of you who have kids, you've played with Thomas the Tank Engine, right? A train track. And they each fit together one by one by one, right? That's how train tracks are built. When you say contiguous, you're saying this land, there's already building over here, it kind of continues. It makes sense. Well, so we're going to put something there, and then the next is contiguous. So every 100 feet is contiguous to the previous 100 feet. And where does it stop? Like Liz said, right? Where does it stop? Does it stop at DeSoto? And, you know, as Mr. Grimes said, let's not let it go to waste. But I hardly think that the residents of Mayaca City would feel that not developing their land that they love is going to waste. So regarding Plan Amendment PA 216, which seeks to essentially amend policies to allow an exception to urban sprawl, you can say it's not moving the boundary line because we're not getting the impact of the costs of putting stuff there, but, you know, it's letting stuff move over the FDAB, it's moving it. Land use categories to be changed by Lakewood Ranch Communities, LLC, or whomever else can capitalize and to require wastewater to be collected by Manatee County. So while it might not cost us money today, it's going to cost it once it's done. So this infrastructure isn't free to us. So the burning question is this the grand plan? We have a cumulative issue, an assault on all fronts. If you will, please bear with me. I'm going to paint you a picture here of several issues. 6 months ago, April 15th, 2021, we, the constituents, came before our elected officials, to present our utter objection to a transmittal of the Taylor Ranch SMR project. We were assured we were heard. Despite voting in favor of this transmittal, multiple citizen comments echoed this sentiment. At the meeting, we were offered a minimum of 2 workshops for any concerned citizens to allow free flow ideas of discussion. What about those workshops we heard would be held? What became of this? We were promised 2, which at a minimum seems appropriate. One was held at Bethany Baptist Church on August 31st, 2021 at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday in a blue-collar working community. Where's the commitment to those 2 workshops? And this is what people are saying about the community not being involved. We understand this is your job, so this is your time of business, 9 to 5, whatever. You work a lot longer than that, but we get that. But your constituents that are directly impacted by this are a blue-collar working community. They can't be here at this time of day. And they don't see these notices, and they're not all educated on this system. On October 28th, 2021, a virtual planning task force meeting regarding 310 total acres, more of half of which was school board owned, specifically as it relates to a 32-acre clerical oversight in regards to this FDAB, was held, during which residents could ask questions, many of which were left unanswered. The representatives on the call were not able to provide substantive responses, and unfortunately the owner of the acquiring property was not available for comment. This impacts homeowners along dam and waterline whose homes are being encroached upon and who have been vocal opponents with good reason for some time now. This property is part of a land swap between the school board and Jensen Neal acting as Lakewood Ranch. When concerns were raised, the basic sentiment from Neal was, those who have concerns, they'll fall in line eventually. We'll acquire that land. Are you seeing a pattern here? So we're at two separate developments. Parcels of land being developed contiguous to the FDAB line, such as Carlos Baroof of Medallion Homes, who purchased 440 acres of Hunsader's property on 675, several miles east of the FDAB. It is not a secret the obvious collaboration by which the targeted land near the FDAB has been incrementally bought and future promises afforded the same buyers who look to purchase these lands. So we see this all ties together. It's no longer just one developer. Well, there is one big developer and then there's a lot of little ones. So we've opened the door. Now we're doormen saying, come on in. It's not, we're going to get rid of the text that says it's just Taylor's property. It's all of you now. We're gonna do it all. We know density brings higher crime, like trespassing. We saw this coming. Eastern Manatee has been vocal in opposition. Let's focus on why $1,050 is affordable housing for a studio apartment at the Met, a $31 million workforce housing project. Energy needs to be spent on affordable housing and infrastructure needs in West Manatee County. Overdevelopment of rural Eastern Manatee County eliminates our way of life. And when you have county commissioners saying things like they care about our way of life and our land, but then vote continuously to develop our land, doesn't seem that way. My question today is this: are we discussing a full move of the future development area boundary, or is this just text amendment to allow the highest bidder to proceed without following current code? The entire landscape and future of our community is about to be altered forever. And 7 people are entrusted to determine the future of Eastern Manatee. Why not put this on the midterm ballots for the constituents to decide? If money doesn't talk, let us decide what's best for our community. People bought or live out here for rural lifestyles. You claim we are reaching a 2040 sooner than expected, but in full disclosure and in the name of transparency and good optics, shouldn't the citizens that will be ultimately impacted help with this decision a little bit more? We all know in today's political climate there's a huge issue and disconnect and distrust between citizens and politicians nationally, from parents being labeled as terrorists, disappointment in world affairs, to people looking the other way as a favor to other county local government officials. Work with us, let us make the decision, put this on the ballot and have a building moratorium until then, and illustrate to the people that they come before big development. Power supports a not to adopt outcome, and we really, truly beg of you to do the same.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward? I don't have any other cards, I'm sorry. State your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you again for letting me speak, and thank you for all the time. This is so tedious. Ladies, gentlemen, Jay Taylor.
State your name.
Kathleen Strong, I apologize. I'm not reading, I'm just.
I didn't know that everybody else would, and the record needs to show it.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Strong. I'm a butterfly farmer, professional photographer, writer, and resident of East Manatee County. I would like to wish everyone in the room and all who are within the sound of my voice true happiness and a blessed holiday season. Whereby I believe that Jay Taylor et al. Believe that they are doing something good. I would like to continue the conversation regarding the Northeast Expansion Text Amendment, PLN 2004-0044, which is what we are discussing, wherein the request is made for, and I quote, to allow an exception for limiting the urban sprawl, unquote. There are a lot of other words in that text amendment that I seriously disagree with, but this is the biggest one, so I'm choosing my battles. I'm reminded of the words of Donald Trump at the podium during the first Republican presidential debate. He said, and again I quote, "If you don't have a border, you don't have a country." So basically, the way I read it, we do not have to discuss moving the future development area boundary any longer. If you allow this to pass, you, the board, will have effectively erased the FDAB. No further discussion required, and the phrase permit creep comes to mind. Regarding West Manatee County and Lakewood Ranch, we are not at odds. As an East County environmentalist, I'm concerned that we need to properly steward coastal areas as well as marine life. I genuinely like Lakewood Ranch, do almost all my shopping there and in the Bradenton, Sarasota area. And while I agree with Anna Maria Island that high-rise apartments do not belong on the beach, I certainly would like to see high-rise apartments in downtown Bradenton. There continues to be talk of those coming here from big cities up north. Let's give them what they're used to, a strong, vibrant, potentially low-crime urban core with all the amenities of true city life. I'm desperately concerned that the actions of this board are placing wild Florida in danger, never to be repaired. Mosaic is doing enough to endanger wild animal life and wild human life in Mayaca. If you allow this breach, you will be allowing overpopulation in an area that may already be dangerously polluted by radioactivity. On this topic of overpopulation in our Florida farm country, we, and I speak for myself alone, but I am in alignment with the Power Group, do not just wish to keep the country country. We wish to make the country more country. In closing, I'm a country mouse. I like being 20 miles from the nearest shopping. I plan my trips and stock my pantry well, as do most Mayacans.
Thank you, darling. Your time's up, I'm sorry.
It's just one more sentence.
Well, go ahead.
I'm proud and happy to say that my home beach is Holmes Beach, even if it takes me an hour to get there. Based on your comments earlier, protecting all of Manatee County,
Thank you. Sorry.
I just
I have
implore
be
you to please vote
consistent.
no.
Yeah. Anyone else from the public like to come forward? Phone calls?
Madam Chair, we have 2 callers.
Okay.
Callers 380, please state your name for the record.
Hi, Garrett Ramey again. Okay, this was delivered to us kind of deceptively. SMR, if we just follow their business model, they were farmers. And then they started doing landscaping materials because in this county we have landscaping material demands. We can't even meet those demands. People are trying to get alternatives, and they're coming from other states. So Mr. Taylor's original comment regarding that farming's out, how can that be if you're USDA subsidized?
Oh, my God.
So the whole thing was deceptive from the very beginning. And then, of course, I'm with Power here. I mean, what a great presentation. She actually stole part of my speech here, so I'm just going to let Meredith have that in Power. Thank you. The excuses, the 20-foot line. And that's what we do. And somebody else said that too. We're just going to keep on pushing it because that's what we're going to do once we move this line. Misty's comment during the workshop was kind of callous, saying that if I wanted internet, if I wanted to come to the 21st century, I have to move to a community that offers it. I mean, that's just a basic amenity. So we're making sure that, we had 2 presidents that said that this was a priority, that every household gets internet. So I don't know what the problem is with getting internet to every resident in Mayaca, if you want to help us out. I predict a housing surplus. I predict that a lot of people are going to come to God's waiting room and pass. And then their kids are not going to be able to acquire these overpriced homes. That's another problem we're having here with the demand with materials. I have a renovation I want to do, and I can't do it because the materials are outrageous. And it's not just because of Build Back Better. It's because development is gone crazy and we can't meet the demand. There is no control over this. I've said it before, the county does not have any vision, and that concerns us. If you can't tell us how big our government's going to be in 20 years from now, you can't tell us how many citizens you're trying to recruit here and when we're going to put a cutoff to it. None of this is here. We do not have the confidence in the leadership if you're not going to represent us. And that's what this vote's going to come down to. I understand that this is just the legislative part. But if we proceed with this, this is exactly what you're going to do, is represent the special interest instead of your constituents, because we have made a very loud voice out here. So I thank you for your time. It's been a long day, and I hope you guys make some great decisions for us. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Caller 454, please state your name for the record. Caller 454, please state your name for the record.
Hi, Charlene Gao, KOW. My feelings on the new, what is supposedly not moving for the text amendment, which supposedly doesn't move the future development boundary line, is that this is an intellectually dishonest amendment that makes the boundary line porous and ultimately meaningless. I know that, you know, some of you like to say that, you know, you can't stop development, and to an extent that there's truth to that. But as the last commenter was saying, you know, there is no real vision here in terms of the planning and what limits there are, because we have issues where we have water shortages, you know, and with climate change coming, we're going to have increased drought, and the sea level rise is going to be an issue. It's going to be driving people inland as that comes. And so we have issues with the runoff, we have red tide, and needing permeable land for filtration and biodiversity. And I don't feel like we're really addressing these issues in a way that makes sense. And you have this boundary, which was supposed to be a hard boundary that wasn't supposed to be considered moving until 2040, but yet 20 years earlier, we have people trying to sneak around it, find an end, do an end run around it to kind of sort of make that boundary meaningless in all but name. And I don't think that this is respectful to the people in terms of the way that the public has voiced their opinions very vocally against it. And also just as a matter of planning and thinking about how much water we're going to need for a burgeoning county that's going to approach 500,000 people. How much water, how much permeable land, how much can our aquifer take, especially when we have tiny points still sitting out there threatening to throw hundreds of millions of gallons of dirty water, toxic water into our area. You know, red tide, you know, how is that going to be affected when we have all these extra people and, you know, the runoff that's going to go in there? And we have to really take some time to think about these things in a more meaningful fashion, and I don't think that it's happening. And just moves like this, which are, you know, supposedly, you know, trying to make people happy one way or make everybody happy, it's destructive in the end, you know. And I think we have to be very careful and really respect the fact that we need these open areas. We need more agricultural land. We need to respect these rural areas because they serve more than just, you know, pleasure reasons of people just wanting a quieter place to live. They're necessary for our ecology, the biodiversity, and the cleanliness of our water. And thank you for giving me the time. That's my comment.
We have one more caller.
Okay, go ahead.
Caller 445, please press *6 to unmute and state your name for the record.
Glenn Gibellina for the record. I pretty much agree with everybody that came up to the podium. In fact, I 100% agree. 19 years. Why are we jumping the gun? We got 19 years that you promised these people to have some breathing room until the comp plan had to be changed. And now we're changing in the middle of the stream. It is unfair for the folks out in Mayaca. It's unfair for the people that have voiced their opinion. And it's funny that these folks find the time and effort, and many of them represent a large amount of residents, taxpayers, and voters out there that came all this way to express their concerns and their interests. On the other side of the fence, we have one paid suit who's pushing this development. That alone should speak volumes to you. Where are all the folks that want this project? Yeah, build it. We're going to buy. We'll be there in a minute. We don't care how long we're stuck on the roads. We just want to live out in Never Never Land. Put a moratorium on the building permits. Take a deep breath. Go out there and visit these people and look around what you are about to destroy. And this and Ken Piper is right. This ad hoc stuff, it's not in the comp plan. Do not rush it. We've got time. The developers will wait. They are hundreds of homes behind on their permits because they can't get any labor to build the permit that they have now. And you want to start another couple of thousand homes. The insanity of that logic does not work for me. And it certainly doesn't work for the folks out there that took the time and effort to come in and explain those concerns. Those are your constituents. They deserve to be heard. And more importantly, they deserve to be respected. So if you guys roll over and vote for this thing, it's the same old, same old. You wonder why the dais isn't filled? Because you guys don't listen to us. Please, this one time, for the folks that did show up, show them the respect they deserve, put a building moratorium, take a step back and say, you know what, let's take a second look at this. Let's see what we can do to enhance and keep the quality of life that these folks went out there to begin with and did not expect any development for at least another 19 years. So that's my 3 minutes. Thank you so
Glenn.
much.
Any other callers?
One more. 570, please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Kim Siri.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
have just thank you. And thank you all the commissioners and all the people that are there for the time that you've taken for us this afternoon. I know it's another late day. East Manatee County, we're a community of value. We're very strong, very hardworking. Concern is the language in the text amendment, as we spoke about. The definitions are definitely open for interpretation. To quote Commissioner Servia, we are looking to the future, and that's what she was talking about in the seawall, is especially what the residents of East County are doing. The land, water, wildlife, and way of living are getting destroyed by the overdevelopment in Manatee County. The term contiguous is a very dangerous word. By approving one exception, this allows the other developers that have already purchased property on the FDAB line and attached to Taylor property at an inflated value to submit their exceptions. This is a gross use of power and money. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close public comment. We're going to go to commissioners now. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, well, I was just going through notes of comments, not so much talking about this. A couple things, and I have notes all over, so I don't remember in every case who said what. We were asked to put this aside. Just to clarify, we can't put this aside. Literally, the deadline to make this decision is November 23rd, which is next Tuesday. So this is when this is being decided. I'm going to say, well, BADS is under investigation, so we should literally shut down the county. And first off, they don't have anything directly to do with this. And if you're going to make that argument, we should say literally no one can get a permit to build a pool in their backyard or put a deck in or change their front door or their windows because all of that is technically permitting and code enforcement. And so if that's your argument, you're reaching to try to use that as an excuse to shut down all land use indefinitely. And then, Ken, your exact sentence was, we want to protect what we have. But the issue with that sentence is you don't have it. This is somebody else's property. He has it, and there's not. And he's been farming it, and his family's farmed for years and years and years in good faith, and now he's just done with farming it. So the option, because it's not your land or my land or our land to do anything with, is either say tough, keep farming, or give him an opportunity to do something with his land. So I can appreciate what you're saying, and I don't disagree with what you're saying. When we had this work session, one of the things that was a little disheartening about this whole thing is, we did come up with some solutions, or at least some talk of solutions about half units, which Lisa and I are now meeting, I think, next week to try to come up with ways of building more downtown in a manner to get more rooftops here without disrupting further out east or up north. But we also talked about transferable development rights and other things, and nothing has come to fruition. But that said, like we talked about, there's a couple of more steps to this, and I'd like to think, and I hope to think that some of these things, starting with the half dwelling unit issue, is going to come up, and we'll be able to resolve that prior to moving this thing forward. And Mark, you mentioned about additional burden, but the reality is, and we heard some other people come up positively speaking about things like downtown development. Well, any place you develop is going to create additional burden. It's a question of where that additional burden is going to be. So the argument of we can't do this because it creates additional burden, well, by that logic, we can't put affordable housing up in Parrish. We can't build high-rises in downtown Bradenton. We can't put commercial properties, up in Ellington, because any development, by definition, is going to create some level of additional burden. The question is managing that burden and making sure you put in the services, the infrastructure, and so forth to manage it, and that's what this board's been trying to do with $80 million worth of a line of credit to design out the major roads that have that burden, and the talk of $300+ million worth of bonding to start catching up on that burden. But that's what's going to happen no matter where we put it, unless we just don't put it any place. And then talk about $1,500 one-bedrooms at the affordable Met is going to become a conversation next year about $2,500 one-bedroom apartments at the Met, because that's how supply and demand works. Meredith, I don't recall, and I'm not saying you're incorrect, maybe I just don't recall, but I don't recall us ever saying we're going to have 2 work sessions. We talked about having a work session and agreeing to do it out in Myaca. But to be fair with that, I went out and 3 separate times during this, and somebody mentioned, went out to meet with people. One was in the evening at Parish Civic Association, and then twice were on weekends. And I never had more than 30 people. So those were times that weren't blue collar workers and they have to work. Like, I came out with you at Power, and I went over to the Carroll's house, and each time we had about 30 people. I'm not saying that's insignificant, but it's not like I said, hey, let me do this around people's schedule, and I had 1,400 people piled into the area to talk about it. That's just reality. And, Kathleen, you talk about being 20 miles out, and you like coming in for the shopping, and Holmes Beach is your, I get that. And that is an advantage of being out there. But what that basically is don't build anywhere near me, but I'll use the infrastructure to come to the amenities I need. So build it over by you, and then let me come to your Wawa and your Publix, because I'm on all your pages out there, and people complain all the time about that one gas station that waters down gas. And half the people talk about, why don't we have a Wawa? And then half the people agree, and half the people scream at them and say, don't build anything over here, like the Triangle that we declined, because people came here and expressed their opinion, and we discussed it, and we voted that down. So don't act like we never listen. We declined that. We declined the move of the houses at Concession. We declined the retail space in front of Savannah. I mean, this isn't a board that's just rubber stamping everything. I've only been here for a year, and we've declined it, probably more than past year boards on a year-by-year basis. But, I get that we want more ag land, but again, there are places. I drive back and forth across state all the time. My son plays hockey, so we're always over in Palm Beach. We're always down in Miami. I take State Road 70 over, and then either take 710 or take 27, depending on where he's going. So I'm driving through Myac all the time. I'm driving through Arcadia all the time. I'm driving all the way out to Lake Oak. There's a lot of open land out there, and people, talk about, well, if you keep doing this, I'll move to DeSoto. Well, you can, but nobody wants to, because the employment base is here, and the amenities are here, and the service here, because we provide those things through development and through working with our development partners. And that's why people, even on the outskirts, still want to be in Manatee County. Our school systems are better. Our employment opportunities are better. So that's just a trade-off. And it's a tricky thing, trying to balance development versus retention of land versus quality of life. It's extremely tricky. I'm not going to say it's not, and I'm not going to say I even have the remotest clue how to do it, nor does anybody in this world, because there's no utopian society in the United States or any place in the world. But we're all just doing our best to try to manage what people need for quality of life versus what we can provide with our stuff. And so that's kind of where we stand. And Glenn, you're saying all these people are here and we need to listen. Well, I'll remind you, there's a group trying to propose affordable housing out in West Bradenton, next to St. Joseph's. It's 96 units of affordable housing. Your favorite thing in the entire world. Hundreds and hundreds of people showed up there to scream and yell, trying to shut, including a commissioner, about that affordable housing project. Why? Because they just don't want it in their backyard. Why? Because nobody wants anything in their backyard. That's how NIMBYism works. But by your logic, to say, if enough people yell, you have to listen to them, then that affordable housing project. But I guarantee those 96 units, if they try to go down by Bayshore Gardens, they'll get yelled at down there. If they try to go up to Palmetto, they yell at there. You'll never build another single affordable housing unit if all you do is listen to the neighbors complaining about affordable housing units. But that's not how we need to conduct business. We need to do it for the greater good of the community, not the greater good of the loudest voices in the immediate area. So we're not going to have a moratorium. You're never going to get a moratorium from this board. I can guarantee it right now, even if I need 3 votes. I promise you, you're not going to get a moratorium from this board because it's bad economics, it's bad business. And anyone who has moratoriums and rent controls and so forth really, really regret it down the road. So that's not going to be an option. Our option is to look at each individual request one by one and make a decision. And I believe we've been doing that fairly over the course of the year I've been here. So, that's just my response to everybody.
Okay, thank you. It's my turn. I've been waiting patiently. Okay, this is in my district. I'm not thrilled. For now, right? But I do have a few comments I want to make on some of the comments that I heard. I have represented that district for 9 years. I have watched the growth in Lakewood Ranch. I live in Lakewood Ranch. My business is in Lakewood Ranch, and by God, I'm proud to be in Lakewood Ranch. But I'm also proud to represent Mayaca. And I think over the years, I've done a fairly good job at doing that. So I take offense to some of the comments that I hear from people that really don't know what they're talking about. It's very simple. I don't know where to start. We don't have a water shortage, number one. We don't have one. Not in Manatee County. And even when we max out Lake Manatee, we've already gotten that covered too. So we don't have that problem. We've taken care of it. Waterline Road. I'm sorry, I don't think you're going to see a lot of additional traffic with the growth that's taking place in Manatee. It's going to be on Rye Road, which is right next to Waterline. I've been down Waterline, and trust me, I have talked to Public Works and this new administration as well about how Waterline needs to be redone. It needs pipes, the road needs to be refinished. But I don't think you're going to see a lot of increased traffic. If we approve development, we're destroying God. I'm sorry. You know what? I really took offense to that one. You can't destroy God. But I guess maybe this isn't the venue to talk about God, so I'm going to leave it at that. But you can't destroy God. He can destroy us. It's the other way around. You talk about SMR like there's something terrible. They've done a lot of good in this county, a lot of good. With everything they've done, have I liked everything? No, they'll tell you. We fight like cats and dogs, SMR and I. We're not the best of buds. But I would say 90% of what they've done has been very good for Manatee County, for the state of Florida. And gee, they are the #1 selling community in America. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's right here in Manatee County. Now, you're asking about the land that SMR has. Most of it, yes, it was farmland at one time. I know the history of Lakewood Ranch like the back of my hand. I studied it very hard. And I've lived it, slept it, worked it, and played it. So the land was farmland. And the problem with that, do I like it that farmers are selling their land? No. I got very upset at Mr. Taylor when he wanted to come see me, 3 years ago? I didn't like it at all. I don't think it's right, but at the same time, farmers have a right to sell their land, and they have a right to make money off their land for retirement. Most of the people in this room that have land, that's what your plans are. You probably won't come out and say it, but you're hoping that the value of the property is going to go up, so that when you decide you want to retire, you got a little pocketbook there of money to retire on. Me too. I'm doing the same thing. But we can't criticize others for trying to get ahead in life. My colleague, Commissioner Cruz, mentioned a moratorium. There's a big difference between Hillsborough and Manatee County. Manatee County is open for business. we're not going to have a moratorium in this county on growth. It's not going to happen. We're open for business. We want people to come here. We want people to open businesses. We want people to come here and be successful. I heard somebody else, and I'm kind of like Commissioner Cruz, I don't remember who all said what, but something was said about the internet. You've got the fastest internet in Manatee County, out in Mayaca. The fastest. That's right. So, I just get surprised at some of the comments that I hear. I got another one for you. I could continue on all night, but what the heck? I don't have all night. Mosaic. Mosaic was here before most of us came to Manatee County. The person that yells the loudest at us about Mosaic moved here knowing that Mosaic owned the land where they were buying. And now they want to throw it up in my face like it's my fault. It's not my fault. That was their choice. Would I do it? No. But everyone makes their own decisions. So my point is that I stand with Mayaca all the time. I stand for the type of life that it is in Mayaca because that's what I came from Virginia. I love it. But at the same time, we have to be fair. We have to be fair. If you don't like growth in Manatee County, I'm sorry, but that's what it is. That's what's happening here. It's happening everywhere in Florida. Everywhere. Everyone. There are counties that are actually seeing more growth in Manatee in the state of Florida. What I really find interesting is that people want to come here and talk to us that don't even live in Mayaca. And I don't mean you. I didn't mean you. You're from Parrish and you're talking to me about Mayaca? And by the way, I heard 675 mentioned several times. I guess maybe I'm venting, I'm sorry, but this has been building in me. 675 isn't Mayaca.
That's right.
I hate to tell you, but 675 is not Mayaca. Ask the people in Panther Ridge if they live in Mayaca.
Right.
Ask the people in the concession if they live in Mayaca. The question's no, because it's not. So I appreciate the citizens that have come here, and I appreciate their feelings on the subject, and I want you to stay engaged, and I want to hear more from you. I know where the people of Mayaca stand on this. I know where my constituents stand. It's others that are running for office that want to get up at the podium and make this big to-do. They don't have a clue. And by the way, they're not running against me. They already tried that, so now they're trying Commissioner Whitmore.
Oh, you're talking about, I was
Yeah.
going, are you talking about me saying
The
something
point
wrong?
is
Okay.
that we know
Forget she's
what
running
is going
against
on
me.
up here, and we are representing our constituents. And our constituents are all of Manatee County, not just me in Lakewood Ranch. And by the way, I get ticked off when people criticize Lakewood Ranch, just like I get ticked off when they criticize Mayaca or Terra or any other areas in my district. So the people that are in here that want to create a ruckus, y'all might stop and think about that when you're standing up at the podium and you're talking to us, because sometimes maybe that doesn't help your what you're trying to accomplish. We need to be respectful to each other. And I do listen. Everybody that comes up to that podium, I can tell you pretty much what everybody said. But I do have other things from being chairman that I have to try and take care of up here too. And I try to do my best to do that. So I've told Power, I've been out and spoken to Power. I've told you that I know the line's going to get moved. It's just a matter of where. It's inevitable. We can't stop it forever. So the point is, we need to come together and stand together and try and work together. And I know that the Power Group has met with Mr. Taylor. I know. But we got to keep trying. So I'm sorry, but there's just a lot that gets said that's just not accurate, and it needs to be pointed out. Every one of these commissioners up here care. or they wouldn't be here. Because you know what? There's a lot better things we could be doing than sitting up here at almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and what was it, 7 o'clock the other night? You know, but we love what we do because we care about Manatee County. So remember that. That's all I have to say. Commissioner Whitmore.
I will go through this quickly because my 6th grade grandson is having his first band concert at King Middle School at 7 o'clock, so.
Got somewhere to be at 7 too.
Power, I want to thank you for coming. Thank you for sticking together. Thank you for organizing. Again, I've told you guys, you remind me of the Paris Civic Association, how they got together and we actually had somebody to talk to. Yeah, I haven't seen you all lately, and I know, you know, just call us, I'll come out. Nobody's called. I've talked to you guys a few times, and I appreciate it. The 675 was a good comment because that's not even a MIACA, what we're talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the broadband, we're getting money, federal monies for broadband for the whole entire county, if anybody hasn't mentioned that yet. So, Jay, I want you to come up for a minute because I brought this up at the last meeting. Jay Taylor, first of all, I've heard from people that you're a big developer. I thought you had another vocation, that you're a farmer?
Yeah, I'm pretty much a tomato farmer, or I was.
Taylor Fulton tomatoes.
Taylor and Fulton, we started, my father started farming here in 1938.
And what is your relationship with this property? How did you get involved with the U-lines?
Well, we bought this property adjacent to SMR Ranch back in the late 80s, early 90s. And we had been farming since 1954 on Schroeder Manatee Ranch.
Okay, so you had a relationship.
In fact, what we did is we cleared a piece of ground and farmed it for 2 years and then left it as improved pasture and moved on. So if you drive around Lakewood Ranch today, you're pretty much looking at our old tomato farms.
Okay. So I heard that, and I knew that you weren't this big developer. I'm even surprised to see you sitting there because I've never seen you come before us except a little land thing in Palmetto years ago where your house was.
Right.
With a street. So I'm kind of impressed that we actually got, you know, we usually have the big developers here, and we actually got somebody that's working with the development community, but a person that was probably born here,
Oh, yeah.
54, yeah.
My family arrived in Florida in 1823.
Okay. And, yeah, and so you've met with the power group, and to me, to me, that's the most formed group in East Bradenton.
Oh, absolutely.
And I hope you keep talking to them and.
I'm here to help any way I can in the things that will behoove their area of the county.
Because I've talked to Power before, and they've said, you know, we're not going to get everything we want, but we want to have a say. And that's what Parrish used to say to us. And now they came back to us and changed after a while because they realized they went a little too far. So, again, I know you probably most of my life, so I'm hoping that you continue that because I know you're an honorable man, and I just wanted to bring that up. I didn't think you were a big developer, and I wanted the public to know that you're not, so.
There you go.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So I would like to thank the Power Group for organizing and for all that they're doing for MIACA. And I thank everybody for coming down here. I always like citizen involvement. It's important for us to hear from the citizens. Even if we disagree, it's still important to hear from the citizens. You know, I steal this from, part of this anyway, from Lou Holtz, but the status quo is paper thin. And so a community, like a business or a relationship or a person, is either growing or it's dying. There's very little room for the status quo. And Manatee County, you have a very conservative, pro-capitalism, pro-free market group up here governing Manatee County. And as long as that continues, then we're going to be Manatee County. We're going to grow. You can either be Manatee County or you can be Flint, Michigan. Those are your choices. And I would prefer to be Manatee County every time.
Yeah.
Sarah, I would like to make a motion to approve. Would you please read it the way you would like it made?
Okay, well, To adopt, it says, based upon the staff report, Evans presented the action of the Planning Commission and find the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and the applicable portions of Chapter 163, Part 2 Florida statutes. I move to adopt PA 2016, ordinance 2112, as recommended by Planning Commission.
So
Second.
moved. So moved.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, a second by Commissioner Serbia.
I'm still on the board, though.
I know. Yes, sir?
I'm sorry. There have been, because of comments that followed, the ordinance is slightly different now because we brought in that we changed it. So it's not as recommended by the Planning Commission. It's as presented to the board today.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
But
that
Planning Commission
good?
did recommend approval, though.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, is that good?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Serbia? Okay. Commissioner Serbia, you're on the board. Then we're going to vote.
Okay, yep, and I just have a few last comments because I do appreciate the Power Corporation being here, or the Power Group, whatever your name is. I've met with you guys a couple times. I really like what you're doing. I like when the public comes out here and speaks. I do. It's so important. Why do we have a future development area boundary? Do you know why we do? Because we had to draw a line somewhere to separate the agricultural lands from where development is going to occur. Why do we do that? Because we've got a plan for the water lines, the sewer lines, the roadways, the schools, the libraries, all of the things that the county provides to the citizens. We've got a plan for that. We've got to figure out how much it's going to cost. We've got to figure out how many people are coming here, what the demographics look like, where they're going to be placed, and it's a big equation. And that's why we draw a line and say, okay, on this side of the line, we're going to develop, and on this side of the line, we're going to leave it agricultural. And what that does is it safeguards us against sprawl. It allows us to budget and plan for growth appropriately, and it directs development where the facilities are. So what is before us today is not moving the line, but it's checking all the boxes of the things that we get afraid of if the line moves. We're going to have facilities. We're going to be able to have all the infrastructure that's needed there to properly account for the population. It's not going to interfere with anything else, and it's not going to burden any of the other taxpayers in Manatee County. Okay, this is not leapfrog development, which I have concerns about that. This is well-planned, master planned, and doesn't take away from anyone. So that's why I really like this. As for water, we have plenty of water. Please don't be afraid that we don't. We've done such a good job, not this board, boards of the past, for planning for water for Manatee County. We have lots of it. It's clean and fresh. You don't have to worry about a lack of water. Thank you very much, you all, for being here. This is smart and sustainable growth, and that's why I'm going to support it.
All right, I'm just going to say just a comment on water. This board, not this board that you see here, but Carol Whitmore and I were on the board when we got a contract with Peace River to cover us in case we ever do run out of water. We don't have enough water with Lake Manatee. So we are covered. That is very true. All right. Yeah. And we sell water right now today to Sarasota. Yeah. So we have plenty of water. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, a second by Commissioner Serbia. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, it's approved unanimously. Thank you. One more thing. Caleb, you and Mr. Taylor, please, you know I'm a stickler on this, please work with the citizens around the area. And I know you have to come back to us. We have not approved anything. We've not moved the line today. We haven't done any of that. But when you come back, I can assure you that I'm going to want to know that you've worked with the citizens in the area, please. Because they love their areas too, like you do, Mr. Taylor. That's right. All right. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Commissioner comments.
It's already adjourned. Carol's got to go. So do I.
That wasn't cool. That was not cool.
I'm terribly sorry.
No, only till December.